Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T. Or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1/2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days and same name as person redeeming deal. Additional terms apply.
This year, Rachel will get Anna a $200 coat for just $75. But Anna doesn't need to know that, because it's what she thought that counts. Yes, JCPenney. Higher price reflects comparable national brand. See store or jcp.com for details.
Our lawyer said we couldn't name this new Carl's Jr. burger the biggest burger for the smallest price burger, so we didn't. The Kelly XL. Charging more for half the meat? Not loving that. Get it now for a limited time, only at Carl's Jr.
Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 5 o'clock and announce that the board will meet in closed session to address items 1 through 3. At this time, we have no public comment on closed session items, so I will recess into closed session.
All the mics were.
All right, everybody, let's settle down. Thank you, everybody. All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order and announce at 6:02 p.m. and also announce that the board met in closed session and no action was taken. Is this on? Good evening and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's board meeting. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings is available to the public by using the link located on the district's website. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. We encourage you to attend the meetings and share your feedback with the board. Your active participation is valued and contributes to the decision-making process. Some brief comments on public comment. During regular board meetings, the public may make public comment on items on the agenda and items not on the agenda. Requests to make public comment will be accepted for an item up until the board president introduces the item. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes each. If there are 30 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comments to 1 minute each. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total speaking time. Please be mindful that district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. Next, for our land acknowledgement, Mr. Yang.
Good evening. We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District administrative facilities and school occupy the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Mi'kmaq have cared for these lands since time memorial. They continue to teach our tradition knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and the people who share it. May our daily lives and work teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving visions of the Mi'kmaq for their community and these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look to our tribal partners, the Wilton, Richera, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the successful education of our community.
Thank you very much. And for the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to call up Trina Keating. And before we start the pledge, Ms. Albiani.
Well, usually we would have a family with Miss Keating. Unfortunately, we have a child home sick, which we all understand. So usually Miss Elizabeth List and Mr. Keegan List would be with her. So instead, I understand we're watching at home, though, so I want to be sure and read these nice words that we have to say about them, and then Miss Keating will lead us in the pledge. So, C.W. Dillard Elementary School is honored to recognize Miss Elizabeth List and Mr. Keegan List as our educational partners. We celebrate the List family, a second-generation Dillard Elementary cornerstone. Mr. and Mrs. List take an active role in the school to support their 2 children, Killian, a 3rd grader, and Finn, a transitional kindergartner. Ms. List's commitment to Dillard Elementary is exceptional. She has volunteered weekly for 4 years, assisting in the classroom with field trips and activities like tie-dyeing. Over the last 3 years, she has been a PBIS Tier 1 team member, focused on inclusion and positive behavior. She successfully advocated adding TK/kindergarten to the Trading Post reward system. Her dedication on the PBIS Tier 1 team helped the school achieve the prestigious platinum status for the school last year. Mr. List, a Sacramento Metro firefighter for 19 years and a member of FEMA's Urban Search and Rescue Task Force 7, has shared his expertise in this field with the students of Dillard Elementary. When Killian was in kindergarten, Mr. List demonstrated his fire gear and breathing apparatus, helping students understand and not be scared by the equipment. Killian's 1st and 2nd grade classes also enjoyed presentations by Mr. List on how a service dog searches for people during natural disasters. Thank you, List family, for your dedication, service, and continuous positive impact on Dillard Elementary. give them a round of applause.
Please stand. Salute. Pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Ms. Keating, will you come back for 1 second?
All right, thank you, everyone. And now we have the much anticipated return of our student regional reports. I'd like to welcome representatives from the Cosumnes Oaks region.
Region.
My name is Macy Hinshaw, this is Caitlin Arias, and this is Isra Abid, and we are the EPMS Student Leadership. We'd like to open up our CO region presentation with the COHS Vietnamese Student Association performing their traditional fan dance.
Thank you, VSA. That was a beautiful performance. Good evening, Board President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, and guests. My name is Peyton Dulai, and I'm a senior and ASB president at Cosumnes Oaks High School.
Good evening, board members. My name is Kalia Condon. I'm a junior representing COHS ASB as junior class president, and we are both students here at Cosumnes Oaks High School.
In this presentation, we will be discussing our academics, AP Capstone, VAPA, medical pathway, culinary arts program, PBIS, athletics, multicultural night, and Fall Fest. Okay. Here at CO, we offer many AP and honors courses such as AP World and US History, AP Chemistry, AP Calculus, AB and BC, and many others. We are also the only AP capstone school in the district. This year, we are ranked number 2 for CASP scores, but we were number 1 in the district last year. In addition to that, we have the highest percentage of AP students enrolled in AP and honors courses at 58%. And a fun fact about last year's college acceptances is that we had 5 students get accepted into Stanford and have a very high UC acceptance rate. The AP Capstone program at CO is something that makes us very unique, as we are the only school in the district to have it. The Capstone program consists of 2 courses, AP Seminar and AP Research. They are designed to be taken over the course of junior and senior year. These courses help develop critical thinking, writing, and presentation skills. The AP Capstone diploma is earned after taking both AP exams and passing them with a 3 or higher.
Here at CO, our VAPA program consists of dance, theater, and band. The dance portion of it consists of dance courses such as Dance 1, 2, and 3, and our Hype Dance Company. Being a member of Hype Dance Company myself, I can proudly say that we are a team of hardworking dancers who all share our expression through the art of dance during rallies, Dance Fest, VAPA Gala, and our annual showcase. Also, for the past few years, we've had the opportunity to perform at the Sacramento Kings halftime show once a year. Next is theater. Here at CO, we have theater classes, advanced theater, and children's theater. The advanced theater program attends a theater festival every year to perform a play. Children's theater puts on a kid-friendly musical for elementary schools to come and watch as a field trip. And the theater program puts on both a fall and spring musical every year. Lastly, we have band. There are 3 levels of band: concert band, symphonic band, and wind ensemble. There is also marching band, jazz workshop, and orchestra. At this year's first competition, the 13th Annual Franklin High Invitational Band Review, drumline won 3rd in parade, marching band won 3rd, and drum major won 1st. At the second one, the 47th Annual Grap Bowl Classic Band Review, marching band won 1st in parade, and drumline won 1st in parade for the first time ever, after only starting competing last year. Moving on to our medical pathway. Here at CO, we have a medical pathway in which they learn basic medical procedures and skills. This pathway prepares students for working anywhere in the medical field. They learn about diseases and treatments on illnesses as well. Med 3 students also learn patient care skills such as blood typing and vitals. They are also able to earn basic life support certification from the American Heart Association and CPR certification. In addition, they are also able to earn 6 units of college credit their junior year in Med 2, with the classes being Human Disease and Medical Language for Health Care through Los Rios. They also have sim labs where they simulate dolls that are babies, children, and adults that you can perform different kinds of procedures on them and are very high-tech. Okay, moving on to our Culinary Arts Academy. Here at CO, we have a Culinary Arts Academy in which students participate in a 3-year program that prepares them for a career in hospitality or food service industry. Students learn fundamentals of food science, cooking methods, flavor profiles from different regions, as well as catering and food costing skills. Students have opportunities to attend several field trips each year to local farms, restaurants, and the Culinary Institute of America in Napa, as well as hear from industry professionals and local chefs. In recent collaboration with the California Restaurant Association, students were given interview skills and resume recommendations from the head chef at Frog & Slim, a regional manager for The Habit, and an executive from Ecolab. Entering its 18th year as an academy, the program is led by chef instructor Vincent Lazaretto and is well supported by the site administration and our dynamic Career and College Connections department. This support allows the program to maintain its status as a high-performing academy with strong graduation and attendance rates for its students.
CO is notably one of 2 high schools to achieve platinum status for PBIS. This is the highest status a school can attain. PBIS is a set of standards we have for our students, and we try to reward them, teachers and staff, by giving them 5-star points that can be traded in for rewards, which can be used as an incentive for students to uphold these words up here on the screen: perseverance, accountability, community, and kindness. On Wednesdays and Thursdays, we have a pop-up shop managed by Miss Lobby, our yearbook teacher, and she has useful prizes like school supplies, snacks, and fidgets to help students. Here at CO, we have various sports and many have accomplished exceptional things either this year or last year. We have a girls' flag football team, and this is our second year of offering flag football here at CO. And last year, they were 8-4 and placed 3rd in league overall, which is very impressive for their first year as a team. And this year, there were more girls who joined the team and have made it a strong sports presence here at CO. Our men's football team had a new coach who has taken our last year's team and is in the process of rebuilding. Our 2025 girls tennis team finished with a perfect record, 12-0 this season, and won the Delta League title. For the 3rd year in a row, Gabby Williams and Sydney Sue won the CIF SJS Division I tournament. Also, Gabby Williams was voted the 2025 Delta League Player of the Year. Moreover, our girls tennis team plays Del Oro in the CIF SJS Division II tournament at University of the Pacific. Our girls golf team qualified for the CIF SJS section tournament. Zanya Vang qualified for the Girls Golf Masters tournament, and she was voted the 2025 Delta League Player of the Year. Our boys and girls cross-country teams placed 7th in subsections and are now moving on to sections. And we also have women's volleyball, men's and women's basketball, swimming, men's tennis, wrestling, track, men's baseball, and women's softball left to play this year.
Moving on to one of our newly events, our Multicultural Night. Multicultural Night is a second-year event we have here at CO. It is an event where we can showcase our very diverse culture here at CO, and having this event allows our students who are part of cultural clubs to perform and highlight their culture to their parents, families, friends, and community to showcase the diversity we have. The lineup this year consisted of a CISA fashion show, which is our Southeast Asian Student Association, as well as our Lion Dance Club, Lead, and Twinkling Dance Club, Vietnamese Student Association, Majorettes, Persian Club, Bangara, and Pali.
Fall Fest is an event put on by ASB here at CO for the whole community, students, families, and teachers. This is a community-focused event and is very successful. It is a CO-specific event as we are the only school in the district that hosts a Fall Fest. At Fall Fest, we have a haunted house that ASB designs, builds, and act in as actors to scare the people who attend and walk through. We also have booths for any club that would like to participate in Fall Fest and sell food, or have a game where people can participate, which allows these clubs to earn money. At the end of the event, we have a Slime a Teacher finale where we choose a teacher or two to slime at the end, and the students all find this very amusing and entertaining. Yes, thank you all for listening to our presentation. And Culinary will be passing out cookies now.
Good evening, Board President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, and guests. My name is Felix Lai, a 6th grade student from Miwok Village Elementary. We'd like to close with Zender Ranch Elementary School. At ZRES, every month is dedicated to a grade level VAPA performance. Tonight, they'd like to share a portion of last month's presentation under the direction of Mrs. LaFave. ZRES 5th grade level performance, Disney, the Movies, the Music, celebrating 75 years of Disney magic.
Good evening, families, friends, and guests of all ages. In just a few short minutes, you will witness a portion of our incredible nighttime show where Zender Ranch's 5th grade's imagination comes to life in Disney, the movies, the music, celebrating 75 years of Disney magic. As you prepare for the show, get ready for an epic adventure with song and dance to enhance your experience. For your safety, please remain in your location. Disney, the movies, the music, celebrating 75 years of Disney magic starting in just a few minutes.
The song It's a Small World After All has become one of the most recognizable and to some inescapable tunes ever written. Though simple and repetitive, the melody is instantly associated with the iconic Disney attraction and continues to remind listeners of the idea that humanity shares a common bond across the entire planet.
It's a world of laughter, a world of tears. It's a world of hopes and a world of fears. There's so much that we share that it's time we're aware. It's a small world after all.
Thank you, Board President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, and guests. We hope you enjoyed tonight's presentation from the Cosumnes Oaks region. Please take this as an open invitation to come and visit any of our sites. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you very much, students. And we would be remiss if we didn't also recognize our principals, Zachary Cheney from Cosumnes Oaks High School, Kimberly Wallace from Elizabeth Pinkerton Middle School, Catherine Van Housen from Elliott Ranch Elementary School, Sandra Weiss from Miwok Elementary School, and Cheryl Keelatan from Xander Ranch Elementary School. Thank you very much, students, and you are dismissed. All right, folks, let's bring it back. We'll have people transitioning in and out. Shh. Thank you. Our next item is the California Positive Behavioral Interventions and Support, PBIS Coalition Recognitions. Mr. Singh.
Thank you. Board President Mr. Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, colleagues and community. I have unfortunately had the privilege to follow the kids, so I will not be dancing or singing, but I will follow the line of celebrations tonight, and it is an honor to celebrate so many of our schools and our leaders for the exceptional work they do in supporting positive behavior intervention supports. And I also want to give kudos to Katie Thomas, who is our coordinator for behavioral health and student support services, who leads a lot of this work. Thank you, Katie. All right, with that, I'm going to ask the board to come down because we will bring our colleagues on in waves so that we can all celebrate them and take a picture. So as the board is coming down, this is in line with our learning vision. So everything we do, and PBIS is a big component of each of our subcomponents of our learning vision. The recognition criteria is outlined in that slide. I'm not going to read all of them, but there's a criteria on how sites get recognized, and those are the recognition criteria. Really exciting news. If you look at the chart there, you will see over the years we have had more schools recognized, and we have more schools recognized in different categories. Just this year, we have 17 schools who have been recognized platinum, 43 for gold, 5 for silver, and 1 for bronze. So we'll start with the platinum level first. So I'm going to ask every school who is platinum to please come forward and join the board. And you will see the names of all our elementary schools, our middle schools, and high schools who are platinum. So can we give a round of applause? Photo there, Katie. Yeah, just stay. We'll figure out how to take a picture with everybody in it. All right. All right. All right, Katie, you want to get in there, Katie? All right, Lisa, whenever you're ready. These are all our Platinum Award winners. Congratulations to all our Platinum Award winners. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right.
Let's do silver and bronze.
Together, yep. All right, our next level of celebration is our Gold Award winners. So I'm going to ask all our colleagues who are Gold Award winners to please come up and join us. All our Gold Award winners. Hello. Hey, look at that. How are you?
Hey, man.
Hey, what's up, brother? Manchester United got to get out of the line. Oh, congratulations, congratulations. All right, we'll try and all fit in there. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations, congratulations. Sherry? Congratulations. How are you? Good job. Good work. Good work.
Row 2. Let's start it.
All right. We'll get all together. We're going to get 2 rows.
Thank you for all your help.
This is awesome. That's amazing. Good work. 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 Emery.
Jay, nice to meet you.
I'm guessing I'll be in the front because I'm short.
Ah.
It's vertically shown.
So that's the strategy. That's why. Okay. I'm getting it.
Probably should go on the way back.
First time
I think you would be back at the back. I want to cover up anybody. Actually, handshakes, we go with
Good work. Good work. Congratulations. 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 Go, Kimberly. Come on, Kimberly. All right. We're going to circle up so that Lisa can take a picture. All right, congratulations to all our gold award winners. And last but not least, we'll do our silver and our bronze together. So silver and bronze, please. Silver and bronze, please. Let's see. You showed up. Look at that. Coming to the board meeting. You're getting ready for your next job there.
I'm ready for my next job.
That's awesome. That's good. All right. Hey, good job, Riley. Hello. What's up, brother? Rockstar, man. All right, all our silver and our bronze, congratulations to silver and bronze.
Did they get their picture? There we go. That looks good. Big smiles.
All right, thank you and congratulations to all of our schools and their hard work. Thank you, that's good. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Are you up there?
All right, next up, Elliott Ranch Elementary School is honored as 2025 California Blue Ribbon School. Miss Avey.
Awesome, thank you. What a fun night. And now we get to add another layer to it. All right. Good evening, President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. The Board of Education is asked to recognize the Elliott Ranch Elementary team for their school being honored as a 2025 California Blue Ribbon School nominee. This Blue Ribbon nomination is a result of the dedicated staff that's led by Principal Katie Van Housen and her Vice Principal, Mr. Alessi. In October, the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurman, announced that 31 schools were nominated as national Blue Ribbon schools for 2025. Due to the U.S. Department of Education discontinuing the National Blue Ribbon School Program, these schools are instead being recognized as 2025 California Blue Ribbon Schools. The California Blue Ribbon Honor awards public and private elementary, middle, and high schools that are among the state's highest performing schools and are recognized for overall academic performance or progress in closing opportunity gaps among student subgroups. Elliott Ranch has consistently been an overperforming school from the inception of the school back in the early 2000s to current time, so it's a long-standing tradition. This prestigious award affirms the dedication and achievement of educators, their families, the community, and not only achievement, but creating a safe and welcoming school where students master challenging and engaging content. And with that, I ask the board to recognize the Elliott Ranch staff.
Wonderful. Do we have the staff here?
We do. Ms. Van Housen, come on up with your
Awesome.
whole team. We got a whole group there. Don't be shy, everyone. Come to the front.
Do you, Miss Avey, do you want us down there?
Sure. Yeah, come on down, please.
That's okay. So I just want to briefly say thank you so much to the Elliott Ranch community, and thank you so much to Cabinet for making time and space here at the board meeting. I know they're really excited over there. But I thought it was really important to mention that this community is so special. We had the privilege, our family had the privilege for our son to go there, and he misses it every day. And he always talks about Mr. Alessi and the teachers and going to AIT and loving it, and that just knowing that we created an opportunity for them to come and be recognized when unfortunately things happen at the federal level that are out of our control. I think it's really important that we made space for them tonight. And I just want to thank the Cabinet. Thank you, Superintendent Hoffman, Jen Avey, for making this happen for them. They definitely deserve it. They are such a special school, and the PTO is so strong. They just do amazing work together. So I just wanted to highlight that, and again, thank everybody for recognizing Elliott Ranch.
Great, thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Davis.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say that participating in that brought the Davis family full circle. My husband was the head custodian at that school for many, many years. Brian McNeil was the one who brought him over there. Thank you, Brian. But it was exciting to be a part of the school that I've always heard so many things, and I've heard some of the different stories about Steve Alessi.
All right, thank you very much. So moving on to our next topic, we have student expulsion and involuntary transfer recommendations. Before we start, is there anybody who'd like to address the board in closed session regarding a student expulsion? All right, seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the recommendations for student expulsion.
So move.
Moved by Mr. Yang.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Albiani. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Next up, we have public comment for items not on the agenda. Mr. Yang, do we have any blue cards?
Yes, Board President, we got a few here. Good evening again. If I mispronounce your name, please correct me when you come to the podium. Ecker? Mark as a non on agenda.
You marked it as not on the agenda, so do you want to
You want to wait till?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so. What? Okay, so this one's also on the union. So you want to wait till later? Or you want? Okay, so you want to come to the podium? Okay, Crystal Lee, come on up. To the right, please. Followed by Kurt Thompson.
Evening, Board Chair, Board Vargas, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, and ladies and gentlemen of the board and the labor partners and ATU Local 256. My name is Crystal McGee Lee, and ATU is open to negotiations. I'm not sure if you know what's going on, but I'm here to tell you there's going to be some issues. ATU has taken a vote, 163 to no, 18 yes. The shielded threat that we received in our last and final proposal, a pilot program for the binding arbitration. The members are totally disappointed in the negotiations and the district's mindset. The LCAP, we're not a part of it. I came on this part on the open agenda because we feel like we're the others. And what I mean by the others, the hardworking, dedicated, loyal members in the back, standing in the back, those drivers, they deserve a competitive medical, a competitive wages, education. We have a program, the LCAP, we're not in it. They can't say what they do in the LCAP. It's not for classifieds. You guys know this. I came before you honestly talking about these hardworking brothers and sisters. And now here we are before you, a last and final proposal, and we turned it down. So I'm here to tell you, there's a saying in my community, we can show you better than we can tell you. I came to you open and honest to talk to you about what was going on with ATU Local 256 and the bus drivers, the mechanics, and now we're here. So with that being said, Mr. Riley has a contract. Congratulations. Mr. Riley pays into STARS. He's eligible to move up to a step 2. But why am I hearing that the district is looking at giving him another additional $13,000 in his 403B and his 457, an additional $26,000, and next year, additional $14,000. We say we're saving money. We're looking for money for staff shortages, but I'm not understanding how we're finding money for what you want to find money for, but you don't want to find money for those brothers and sisters out there. With that being said, we can show you better than we can tell you.
Thank you. Next, Kurt Thompson.
Hi. So as someone who rode the bus for 10 years in elementary school, junior high, and high school, I want to apologize to all the bus drivers now for my actions when I was a kid. Really apologize for that. So what I came here to talk about, it has been 2 months since this board was warned about teachers publicly celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk, which I remind you was a school shooting. And still, I've heard nothing about disciplinary actions being taken against these school staff members. In fact, the one person I know by name who openly celebrated the murder of a 31-year-old husband and father for having wrong opinions is still listed as a teacher at Calvine High School on their website. Now, I understand there are privacy concerns that go into disciplinary actions and staffing decisions. There's a whole process that needs to be followed, and I appreciate that. However, I've received general emails concerning staff misconduct in the past, like with the N-word bucks incident last year. So you can tell us something. So if appropriate disciplinary action is not being taken against this teacher and no information is being provided to the public at all, I, as a parent, have to make some assumptions. My main assumption is that someone could walk in here right now and shoot me dead, a teacher could publicly celebrate my murder, and my wife would still have to send my kids to be educated by that sick-minded individual. And since no action is being taken and no transparency provided, I would have to assume that the majority of this board, the superintendent, maybe a solid number of the district staff and membership of the teachers union would think that's the right thing to do. I want to be wrong on this. It would be nice if someone would prove me wrong. Mr. Hoffman, you're coming into your last month here, and we appreciate your service. Please prove me wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Board President, that ends the blue card on this item.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have our consent agenda. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
Yes, we have one blue card on this item.
Very well.
Calling on Dr. West Duntley.
Day for this, and you know how it goes. 2 months ago, by the way, Mr. Sean, Sawadikap, Kun Krap, Sabay Demai Krap. Don't want to answer? Okay. Your bio said you're Thai, but anyway, I speak 7 languages. Anyway, I'm here to support that transportation team at the back. 2 months prior, I heard their plea for equity and dignified pay, and I went to Damon's church, Silo Baptist Church, and I talked to the pastor. I was going to do a Martin Luther King playbook in rallying all the churches, storm this building with hundreds of thousands of people, and come to some bargaining table. And unfortunately, Pastor Sandler didn't want to come. The Holy Spirit didn't speak to him that day. And I said, cool, I have to respect that. And he spoke with Damon, who is a wonderful guitarist in the band. Okay? So my support goes again to the transportation team at the back and to Crystal, who did a wonderful speech. Wow. Okay. Then I want to talk about love. You know, the Holy Spirit entered me. I gave a speech last month where I had my chewed up journey in life. I got to depart that to my kids, my wonderful 10-year-old and 7-year-old Eli, who goes to Miwok. And oh, by the way, Dr. Jody Boyle say, I can say things of the Bible, just don't use curse word. And I never intend to use curse word. So I'm going to spread a little goodness and love here. I'm going to say one little sentence in the ultimate romance story ever written. Faith, love, the greatest is love. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. That ends the blue card on this item, Board President.
Thank you very much. Next up, would any board member like to pull an item from the consent agenda? All right. Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve items 1 through 37 on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Yang.
So moved. Seconded.
Seconded by Ms. Ballerini. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Next up, we have bargaining units. Bargaining units, please feel free to jump in. I see a few.
Good evening, President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is James Sutter. I'm the president of the Elk Grove Education Association. Thank you all for your thoughtful dedication to the very difficult process of setting the budget priorities and recommendations. COVID seems to be the gift that keeps on giving, doesn't it? While I say that in jest and in recognition that it was a catastrophe for many lives around the globe, it did provide some intrinsic benefits. Primarily, it taught us that we can do just about anything, including re-envisioning the 5th largest district from the ground up, nearly overnight. It also taught us, even in the most challenging of times, we could rely on the relationships we've built, come together, and do the impossible so that our students and families could have normalcy and support in times of intense need, imperfect though it was. Born of that collaboration, thanks to the funds that were provided by the state and federal government, we designed and implemented a plan to put into place supports that we otherwise would not have been able to afford. We dreamed big and we delivered big. Each student who had an AIT to provide intense academic intervention, a counselor to guide them, a mental health therapist to talk to, or a campus supervisor to help make campus safer can attest to that. With those dreams, we also knew that reality would eventually set in, and that reality is here. Despite the one-time nature of these funds, I think we all held out hope that there would be some ability in future budgets to build these invaluable positions into ongoing dollars as we have done in the past, recognizing the benefits provided by these additional services to students, families, and staff. Unfortunately, this is not a year that we will be able to absorb FTE into ongoing funding. It's hard to end services delivered by people that we know have impacted so many and done so much good. Good that is hard to quantify, no matter how thoughtful, thorough, and deliberate the evaluation. Throughout the lengthy process, the administration has been exactly that. Thoughtful in the tools used to measure, deliberate in involving many different groups, including labor, through the whole process, and thorough in finding every conceivable way to wrap in these positions despite very challenging fiscal times. I know the board does not take these decisions lightly. You know many of these programs intimately, and you know the impact that they have on students. It has been clear that there has been a lot of thought on how to respect the work that people have done in various positions, how to extend as many positions as possible, and how to address an uncertain fiscal future. We support much of this plan that is being presented to the board. We do, however, want to provide a little education regarding counselor positions. I'd like to introduce to you tonight Vicki Trimingham, EJ Lead Association Director for Secondary Education.
Thank you, James. Good evening, Board President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I'm Vicki Trimingham, EGA Lead Director for Secondary. I'm here to speak to you on the budget priority recommendation to decrease temporary funded secondary counselors from our current number of 12.5 to 5. And the presentation to the board, district management is recommending a reduction of 7.5 FTE and secondary counselors positions to 5 FTE to meet a district-wide 375-to-1 ratio. This number is problematic in a couple ways. First, the 5 FTE was based on student enrollment projections for 25-26. We currently have more accurate numbers with the October CBEDs. Using these current enrollment numbers, the district would need 7.2 FTE to meet a district-wide 375-to-1 ratio. In addition, enrollment is projected to increase for secondary next year as well and would need to be closer to 8 FTE. Second, even though there is a common interest in maintaining a 375-to-1 ratio, there seems to be a misunderstanding of what 375-to-1 ratio means to EGEA. District management is now using a district-wide 375-to-1 ratio, and that is not how we originally determined the numbers of counselors needed to meet the 375-to-1. When we added these additional counseling positions, EGA's original intent of maintaining a 375-to-1 ratio was to ensure that no counselor would have more than 375-to-1. While considering the specific staffing needs at each site,
Having a district-wide 375-to-1 ratio, which is taking the total number of students divided by 375, would make staffing very difficult at many sites with unrealistic partial contracts. So for instance, based on current enrollment numbers, Harriet Eddy would be staffed at 2.63 counselors. Rudder would be staffed at 2.39 counselors. Florin High School at 4.32 counselors, and Sheldon at 6.29 counselors. And with each slight change in enrollment, those numbers would change every year to maintain a district-wide 375-to-1 ratio. That is why EGA recommended using an FTE allocation based on increments of 0.5 FTE, based on a range in student enrollment when these additional counselors were added. This means many counselors would be well under 375-to-1, but it would be easier in terms of maintaining proper staffing at each site. It also creates more stability and flexibility since many enrollment changes at each site would not necessarily create a need for a staffing change. That is why 14 FTE were originally allocated under the original ESSER funding. If we were to have used a district-wide average, then we would have 10 FTE would have been allocated, not 14. At 14 additional counselors, the district-wide ratio was closer to 350-to-1. Basically, you add a few more FTE to make sure no one counselor is above 375-to-1, while also creating some flexibility and stability and the site staffing allocations. Currently, we have 12.5 temporary funded secondary counselors, which has afforded all secondary sites to stay at or below 375 students per counselor. This budgeting has resulted in a service model where students are able to receive not only academic, career, and college counseling, but also, in addition to that, support with teenage struggles and challenges. If we use EGA's enrollment range allocation to make sure no one is over 375-to-1, then 11.35 FTE would need to be retained. EGA would recommend retaining a number closer to 11 FTE. If district management is going to use a district-wide 375-to-1 ratio, which again, we want to reiterate that we do not think this is a viable staffing option, then at least be more accurate and use the current enrollment numbers and next year's projection, which would be closer to 8 FTE. The additional ESSER counselors are essential to continue providing the level of services needed to support, again, not only the academic needs of our secondary students, but also the overall well-being of our secondary students, including their mental health. Secondary counselors promote students' lifelong learning and the successful transition from high school to post-secondary opportunities. If the board has any questions regarding the FTE allocation based on an enrollment range, EGA is more than happy to answer those questions. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Hoffman, bargaining leaders, community, and union members that are working and with us today and those in spirit. My name is Edgar. I am the steward for ATU Local 256. Just recently, you heard the president speak, representing many transportation personnel who keep the district moving. This includes, attendants, dispatchers, drivers, our instructors, mechanics, and schedulers. These are the people that every morning wake up before the sun rises and go home when the sun sets. Tonight, I want to speak once more about the reality of our members face every day. The rising cost of healthcare, the relentless pressure of inflation, the lack of language protection, and the financial strains that touch not just their work, but their families and their communities we serve. It affects all of us. We also want to touch on a few other topics along the way. Negotiations are meant to be a process of collaboration, understanding, and progress. Unfortunately, for the past 18 months, these discussions have produced little movement, leaving employees frustrated and feeling undervalued. Adding to the challenges, the district negotiator is moving on to a role of superintendent. While we congratulate them on this promotion, this role requires experience, collaboration, and the ability to build trust, all qualities essential if we are to work together to support students and staff. Without this approach, negotiation may stall, employees lose confidence in the process. We recently shared district's final offer with our membership. The response was clear and united. An overwhelming no. 163 members voting to continue to fight to have their concerns about health care, language protection, and fair wages addressed. This is not symbolic. This is a collective, genuine statement that the current proposal does not meet the reality of our employees are facing. Rising health care costs this nation, not just here. Lack of language protection. We've been asking for that. Other units have it. Stagnant wages. Other districts already making it happen and for their transportation. Decisions that directly impact their daily lives. When employees feel unheard, undervalued, trust erodes, morale suffers, and the dedication that keeps these districts running can be affected. Fairness and collaborations are the foundation of any healthy workplace. And when they are missing, everyone in the district feels the impact. It's also important to note that comparing our members' pay increase to other bargaining units does not address the core issues. Even a 1 to 5% increase is often absorbed by taxes, inflation, and rising costs for housing, healthcare, and daily living. Trust, fairness must reflect the real experience of people who keep this district moving. Across Sacramento, many school districts facing similar challenges have responded responsibly, prioritizing affordable health care for employees, providing wages that keep pace with inflation, engaging in negotiations with transparency, respect, and good faith. Building on these points, we want to revisit the homework we shared with the district last month. First, we urge leadership to examine the district's budget with a focus on fair, realistic pay increase that reflect the cost of living and a set of substantial standards for years to come. Second, we encourage the district leaders to meet our transportation professionals firsthand. Ride with them, work along mechanics, sit in dispatch, or observe instructors during their training. Witness their dedication, sacrifice, and long hours, often 10 to 14 hours a day, while many of us are only paid 6 to 7. A simple handshake, a smile, or a word of recognition goes a long way in acknowledging the value and humanity of people who make the district work. Elk Grove have the resources and capacity to take a fair, responsible path forward. The question before this board is whether the district will act in good faith, uphold fairness, and strengthen collaboration, or continue making unilateral decisions that leave employees feeling unheard. We're here to advocate for fairness, recognition, and meaningful negotiations. Our members' message is loud and clear and unwavering. We will not be silent, and we will not settle for less than fairness and respect. We urge the board to take concrete steps that value your workforce, address the pressuring issues, and build trust in the negotiation process. Doing so is not only the right thing for employees, it is an essential for the stability and success of the district as a whole. ATU and the members understand while our concerns are not the only priority before the board, they are fundamental to the long-term success of the district. The work we do ensures students arrive safely, programs operate efficiently, and families can rely on the district every day. We're asking for fairness, respect, and a contract that reflects the real cost of healthcare, language protection, cost of living, and the true value of the people who make the district function. We stand ready to negotiate in good faith, and we ask the district to do the same, together with respect, transparency, and collaboration. We can build a district that employees feel valued, students are supported, and the entire community benefits. Finally, ATU and our members want to close not only with a message of advocacy, but the gratitude. We recognize that the work of the board is challenging, and the decisions you make have a lasting impact. From our families to yours, we wish you a happy holidays and hope you enjoy your Thanksgiving with your loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other bargaining units? All right. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item, reports and discussion items, budget priority recommendations and confirmation of direction. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you very much. I'll pull that presentation up. Okay, so today will be a little shorter than last time. I don't know if I'll wear out my voice quite as much as I did last time. So we'll run through review some of the information that we covered November 4th, and then we'll highlight a couple of items that were brought up at the meeting on the 4th, and also address one of the concerns around the counselors as part of this conversation as well. It's a little slow, but we got it. So just a reminder, so this is a little shorter version. So we'll go over, review the process objectives, go back to our budget priority foundations, confirm some of the feedback that we heard November 4th, a couple of adjustments to the plan, and in the end, we'll ask for the board to give us direction to move forward. So the objectives, start with kids, finish with kids, making sure that we have that information, and the recommendations are centered on meeting the needs of our kids. We paid very close attention to program need and related staffing levels, and we didn't just do a 5 positions for 5 positions. We really did look at what does it take to run those programs effectively moving forward. As a reminder, the way this plan is set up, we have a prioritization of the positions within the plan through June of 2028, so it's 2 years in place. Fourth bullet is critical. 4 staff members who have given immeasurable service and done a phenomenal job over the past few years. Those that are not included in the plan moving forward, we want to make sure that we can give them timely notice and make sure they have options for positions to be able to fit into moving into the new school year. We do have some funded goods and services. The goods and services, we have a plan in place to cover through June of 27, so for 1 year. And again, this is a recommendation from staff of what we think should be our baseline funding for positions moving forward, knowing that they're not built into the ongoing budget yet, but we really have given this a lot of thought, and appreciate the comments of our labor partners in recognizing the efforts that have been put into this plan. The budget priority or foundations, these 5 don't change, and just as a reminder, we're really focused on bullet number 2 right now, which is maintaining and evaluating the things we've built over the past few years. So a couple of adjustments that we have made. If you remember before, there were 6 of the family and community engagement liaisons, and through the work, we are recommending one of those 6 move into a funded position through department funding that will be supportive of one of our safe centers at one of our school sites. The other positions here are the same as presented previously. And then these are the positions that were also presented last time. These are positions that are happening at our school sites. I do want to highlight the counselor page, and you'll see it on another slide as well. With the idea of the secondary counselors, to be clear, the secondary counselors are in place right now, and so we're well below the 375 to 1 ratio right now, and those counselors are in place through the end of the year. What we're talking about is planning for next year. So I just want to be clear that those, and then they are below the 375 across the district, and those services are valued. These are the goods and services that we have identified for 1 year of continuation using one-time funding. And then there were questions that came up from the board on November 4th, and we wanted to spend a little bit of time with those. Here's where the family community liaison position, where it was 6, we've now reduced that to 5. And again, we think that's a good use of department funds. They've identified a position that is not filled currently, and they think this position is of more value to the department. On the line just above the red box, you see the counselors, the 4.5 there. We added a bullet, the third bullet, staffing levels may adjust depending on 26-27 enrollment. So we really are building towards a 26-27 plan, because we're already in place for 25-26. Those positions are in place. The conversation with EGA, whether we're a 375 across the entire district versus 375 rounding, rounding is a challenge. In situations where you have additional funding, rounding may be an option. The 375 to 1 gives us a base level of service better than we have been in the past, and the 375 to 1 was a target number. But we're being very clear that that number is very likely to change in the positive for more counselors, and a reduction on this page as far as the positions that will be eliminated. But we did want to build a worst case scenario as we presented this plan to make sure we had our positions covered. Just to reiterate, those positions are in place right now, and the kids are receiving these services. This is the plan for moving forward. We didn't make any adjustments to this set. And one of the questions that came up, and very viable questions from the board and from community members and staff, was regarding the sustainability of our AVID. So if you remember, AVID is a very functional program, and it was a very functional program in our middle and high schools pre-pandemic. And that work continues, and we have phenomenal programs at our secondary schools. The goal and the dream was to bring AVID to our elementary schools. And so what we were able to do over the past several years is actually bring AVID to each of our elementary schools. Never thought that was possible, and now it exists. The capacity of our people to do that work exists. If nothing else is going forward, the training and the work that we've done investing in our people, that lives on, and those services are still there. But just to be clear about it, we do believe that AVID belongs in the Curriculum Professional Learning Department. It is an instructional strategy. It is around improving. It's not just improving note-taking skills. It's actually improving reading, writing, and the kids' academic abilities. And so embedding it into the Curriculum Professional Learning Department, we believe is the logical place for it to be. And we will have a coordinator within the CPL department that will be supporting that work. We also have CPL coaches within our CPL department, and through this past several months, we've had openings there, and 2 of our CPL coaches are actually 2 of our former AVID coaches. So the skill sets that they learned through this process, they bring those skill sets to our Curriculum Professional Learning department, and so we're actually very excited about that. We still have the support of the Sacramento County Office of Education, and traditionally, school sites have done have paid for trainings regarding AVID training for their school sites, and they have larger site funds than they've ever had before, and that opportunity still exists. So we believe we have a viable sustainability plan to support AVID. We value AVID. We are in a better place today than we've ever been with regards to being able to support AVID for the long term. So we value all the work that's been done to this point and look forward to that continuing. So this is the one position, the Family and Community Engagement Liaison, so we were able to bring one of those positions back. They will be working with our Student Family Empowerment Center, and we believe this is a critical role in connecting our families and community with the services that are provided at the SAFE Center. So we're very excited about that. And with that, I'm open to conversation and discussion among the board, and I'm betting we have a few public comments as well.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yang, do we have blue cards on this item?
Yes, President Vargas, we do have 3 blue cards on this item. Calling on Jamie King, followed by Allison.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for having us tonight. I wanted to start out today by giving a huge shout out to all of our AVID teachers, AVID site coordinators, AVID students, and all of those other supporters who have given up their own personal time to come and speak to the board directly or to send emails on our behalf advocating for the importance of AVID support. I also want to say thank you to you, the board members, for advocating, for asking questions, for being curious about the original plan. And I also want to thank the cabinet for coming to the discussion table and really having those discussions about how we make the progress that we've done so far sustainable. So I want to thank you both for that. The new recommendation that was released on Friday is better. At least at the minimum, we are now acknowledging that AVID deserves dedicated positions to work, to continue the work already done and to make sure we have future growth across the district. With that said, the new recommendation is not quite there yet. There is work to do still. The new recommendation proposes that CPL coaches could support sites with WICR implementation with the assistance of the 2 former AVID coaches who transitioned to CPL willingly and by choice into a different job. At first glance, this sounds like a plausible plan, but it's not. The majority of CPL coaches are not AVID trained. And for those that are, there is a huge difference between being AVID trained and being an AVID trainer. It is like saying a brain surgeon can perform a heart transplant. The brain and heart surgeon are similar in ways where they are both doctors and they both went to medical school, but that doesn't make them equally qualified to do each other's jobs. To do that, it would take years of additional training, practice, and money. This is similar to our roles as CPL coaches. Both the CPL coach and the AVID CPL coach, we are CPL coaches with an AVID focus, have expertise in different areas. So to propose other coaches are prepared to do our job as AVID coaches is unrealistic, much like the surgeons. Alyssa and I, the last 2 AVID CPL coaches, are in the CPL department, and we love our jobs. We love them. We want to do our jobs, not past just June 2026, but indefinitely. We love them, and we are here to fight for our jobs. Our contribution is not solely measured by the time, expertise, and effective coaching, training, and facilitation we provide. It's equally, if not more important, the trust and relationships that we have cultivated with teachers and administrators across the school.
Thank you. Your time's up. Allison, followed by Bright Liu.
Good evening, President Vargas, board members, and Superintendent Hoffman. My name is Alyssa Roganovich, and I am one of 2 AVID instructional coaches. I want to sincerely thank the Cabinet and the board members for recognizing the value of our work over the last few years. We understand the Cabinet has proposed that our duties can be absorbed by other instructional coaches within the CPL department. This proposal, while well-intentioned, is based on a critical misunderstanding of our specialized role and a mathematical impossibility in workload. The question is not whether CPL coaches are talented, but whether they are interchangeable. They are not. The Cabinet suggests our colleagues can absorb this role because many are AVID trained, but there is a fundamental difference. The CPL instructional coaches who are trained were trained similarly to teachers in AVID strategies for personal application in their own content areas. They are not trained, nor do they have the capacity to deliver the programmatic professional development like AVID's professional learning models, or to support the systemic implementation that makes the program work. We are the only team trained and tasked to provide these services across all 61 schools, guaranteeing that 1,000 teachers have the training needed to make connections between Wicker strategies and the framework for high-quality instruction. We also support AVID certification site visits, a unique duty no coach is trained or designated to perform. Without us, the fidelity of the entire AVID system is immediately jeopardized. The unique skills that Jamie King and I provide as AVID instructional coaches are not skills that can easily be passed off onto other coaches, whose workloads are already full and require specific on-the-job training that is attuned to their subject area of expertise. The specialized coaching drives your district's most critical outcomes. We include fidelity to the college and career access for our students within the AVID program, demonstrating rigor for over 1,000 of our AVID secondary students who are enrolled in AP and IB courses, and over 800 middle schoolers in honors preparing for those AP and IB courses when they get to high school. Additionally, as I've mentioned in the past, our team was originally 6 coaches and is now moved down to 2. That's a 66% reduction. We have reached the absolute limit of our operational efficiency, with each coach remaining carrying the workload of 3 prior positions. Asking CPL coaches to absorb this workload on top of their existing vital content responsibilities is not sustainable. It is a recipe for a system collapse across both the AVID program and their core subject areas. Our work is not just classroom coaching, it is system leadership. We support site coordinators. Eliminating this role removes the only central resource responsible for training, coaching, and ensuring the leadership capacity of these site coordinators across all 61 schools. The system cannot manage itself. We also urge you to listen to the voices of the many teachers and coordinators who have reached out to you. Their voices, those who we directly impact, should be the ones who matter most. We urge you to look past the proposed $300 savings and recognize what you lose, the only specialized team equipped to ensure instructional fidelity, manage compliance, and deliver proven system-wide college readiness results. Thank you.
Your time's up. Calling Briley.
It's Bryn Lum.
Oh, thank you.
Good evening. I'm speaking on this item today to first appreciate the addition of one family community liaison that is shifting to the SAFE Center. I hope that my advocacy in the last time that I spoke with you had an impact there. But I am also still concerned about the reduction in that personnel, and I encourage our various regions to remember to consider funding a family community liaison with their LCAP funds, because we all have goals of increased family engagement, and that our EGOSD CISLs remember to support our administrators in that LCAP planning. I am also concerned with the reduction of our program educators in the equity department. Our district's strategic goal of targeted supports and interventions states that students who identify as Black, African American, students with disabilities, students experiencing homelessness, and students who identify as Native American will benefit from targeted programs and services that leverage their assets, affirm their identities, and address their needs to close achievement, opportunity, and relationship gaps. Program educators in the Educational Equity Department oversee the Black Excellence Program, the Native American Education Program, the Young Men Rising Program, and the Student Equity Councils across the district. So the program educators who support school sites with these programs that uplift and provide leadership opportunities, advocacy, and voice for the targeted groups identified in the strategic goals are incredibly important. And these programs are thriving throughout the district because of these program educators' organization and the care they provide students and staff. So our district really needs these programs and these program educators. A final point that I want to make, because again, I am an equity coach, is that earlier today in this board meeting, we celebrated silver, gold, and platinum PBIS schools. I was in the training for the new TFI that's coming through, and the very first 1.1 item does say that a diverse group is what the teams should be made up of. And it actually calls out including representatives from marginalized groups, mental health, equity, academic instruction, and data systems. So the reduction in equity coach staffing will likely make it difficult to include an equity coach on these PBIS teams throughout the district to support Tier 1 universal strategies that also support positive behavior in the classroom. So to continue to earn silver, gold, and platinum awards from the state, it might be a little bit more difficult. So I hope district leadership and the board will have a discussion about how schools will meet their TFI goals without equity personnel to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. That ends our blue card on this item.
All right, thank you very much. We will now move to board member questions or comments. So I'll start on this side. Owen?
I just want to recognize and appreciate everybody who's engaged in this very challenging decision that we have to come to. And I just hope that everyone recognize, or at least know that this is not an easy decision to make. We do have to keep, what the future in mind and what's in front of us. And what we've been able to do with those COVID funds was really impressive. And I think that memory is going to continue to live on, because I think we see now what we are fully capable of doing when we have, abundance of resources. Unfortunately, we're not there right now. But the work that has gone into the success that we've celebrated tonight even is something that will continue to live on, and we will not forget. And I do appreciate everybody that has emailed us. I apologize that I haven't been able to email everybody back, but know that we've taken it all into consideration. And I say we, I mean me. This is not easy for the board, especially for me personally, because I have a child that's in AIT. And I met with his teacher and his AIT teacher on Monday, and he's done AIT at 2 different schools, and I've seen the impact it has had on them. My children love their schools, so I know that the success of AVID has been tremendous on them. And I have a daughter that I know it's instilled in her that she's going to go to college, not just because her mom went to college, but because she truly believes in herself because of the investment that her teachers have had in her since she's been at Pinkerton. And it's just really been special for our family to be a part of a district that has gone the distance to really invest where we can and to acknowledge where we fall short and where we will improve. So please know that we will not forget the amazing things that we're capable of. And we will continue to look towards how we can be creative, how we can look to leverage our resources to get back to the special things that we have done, hopefully in the near future. But I just wanted to take a minute to acknowledge that. And I thank the cabinet. I know you guys have a tough job. It's not easy to try and come up with our best case scenarios. And I appreciate that you've done it in a way that has provided opportunities for input, the LCAP process, like having our bargaining team be a part of that and giving feedback. I appreciate you all coming and speaking at the public comments and just keeping us in tune with the impact that we have with the decisions that we make as a board. It's not easy, but I do feel that we're in a place where we have a decent plan that can move us in a good direction that will keep us moving in a space where we can continue to do good work, but we won't forget the great work that we've done so far and the impact that it's had, and we will need to work extra hard to see how we get back to that. So.
Thank you very much. Ms. Moore.
Thank you. I would also, again, like to thank all the stakeholders that shared emails or public comment over the last several weeks. And I do have a question, Superintendent. You mentioned tonight that we would have a coordinator specifically focused on AVID. Are you talking about the CPL coordinator?
There'll be there's a coordinator within CPL that will be responsible for AVID. There'll be other duties as well. It's not specifically only for AVID, but there will be a coordinator dedicated to doing AVID, yes.
Can you share what their current responsibilities are?
Mark, can you help me out with that? I don't know the individuals.
It's still being discussed because there's two coordinators, and so Dr. Collier is working on and looking at what the total picture is, and so I can't give the specific name or the individual, but there's one of the two coordinators will be responsible for. There's a variety of other things. There's integration of technology. There's a number of things that those folks are responsible for. But our assessment of it is that capacity, there is capacity within the coordinator positions.
Okay, so how many total CPL staff will be absorbing these the new AVID responsibilities if we move forward with this plan?
Well, there's the coordinator position, and then Dr. Collier, along with his directors and the coordinator, will be looking at working with SCOE and then looking at what the responsibilities are and working with our instructional coaching team and supporting the AVID program.
Okay, so it's not quite clear then how many individuals will be taking over these responsibilities.
Not specifically at this time.
Okay.
No.
And then I just want to point out that prior to ESSER funds, the head counselor did oversee AVID, but that was only for secondary, correct?
They assisted with secondary AVID, yes.
Okay, yeah, for secondary AVID. Okay. And then, so at the last meeting, it was mentioned that the head counselor would again take over, absorb the AVID responsibilities. But since that time, as you mentioned, we expanded into elementary. And then, so that was 2 weeks ago that was the suggested plan. And then now we have a new plan, correct?
No, it's not a new plan. This plan has been developed. We didn't go into the detail because we weren't ready in the presentation on the 4th to go into great detail on every single position. What the purpose was to share the general plan, identify where the board and community had questions, and then to come back to this meeting and bring more detailed information on the things that they asked for more detail about. So that's why we brought more detailed information about the AVID plan based on the feedback that we received from the board on the 4th. But it's not a new plan.
Okay. Well, I just want to be sure that, I want to have confidence that we have a solid plan to support AVID moving forward. And I would like to say that I think the AVID is an amazing program that has great value to our students. According to our current district AVID staff, we currently support nearly 20,000 students, and as I mentioned tonight, 1,000 teachers. And I would like to see that number grow, not maintain, and certainly not decline. AVID supports EGUSD's learning vision every student learning in every classroom, in every subject, every day to prepare college, career, and life-ready graduates. Studies, evaluations, and research show that AVID students graduate high school and enroll in college at significantly higher rates. I have received dozens of emails from teachers, including our AVID site coordinators, emphasizing that AVID is evidence-based to improve student outcomes. All site coordinators that emailed me emphasized that the current district AVID coordinator position and the 2 district AVID coaches are essential to their site success in implementing AVID and feeling supported as a site coordinator. Furthermore, part of AVID includes equity. According to one of our district AVID coaches, the AVID program intentionally targets and successfully serves our highest need student populations. So now I would like to turn the focus just a minute to our equity department positions. In the last meeting, it was previously mentioned that most departments or positions that were originally funded with ESSER funds were cut or experiencing cuts with these recommendations. But I would like to. I did ask for some information about equity from the staff. And is it correct that prior to ESSER funds, we only had 4 equity positions?
That was pre-pandemic, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and at the last meeting, you mentioned that after these cuts, the equity will still have 18 positions, correct?
Yes, part of that is because youth development went from student support and health services over to the equity department.
So how many employees within the equity department are within youth development?
Do my math correctly. 1, 3, 6, 7.
7? Okay. So, but still we have significantly more equity positions filled now than prior to ESSER funds. So I just wanted to—
That is correct.
I just wanted to point that out because you said that there was a reduction, but overall there's been significant.
So it went from 4 prior to the pandemic, was 4, and then went to 32 with ESSER funds. And then with these reductions, it goes to 18.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I just wanted to point out that there still is significantly more staff than prior to ESSER funds.
The configuration of the overall department is different as well. So you're not comparing apples to apples because the youth development, the entire group was moved over to the department. So just to make sure we're clear that that's not a direct comparison.
Right. I just wanted to mention that though, since last time when I asked about it, I just wanted to make it clear that there were 4 before ESSER funds. Thank you. And so many site coordinators and teachers mentioned, like I said, some of them said that AVID is more important than equity because it directly benefits our students in our highest needs populations, and that it also directly benefits students with evidence-based outcomes and prepares them for college or career. So I just think there's some important questions that we need to ask when we're looking at when we're looking at all these positions. As I mentioned, AVID is impacting nearly 20,000 of our students with positive outcomes, and this has been done under the direction of only 3 district staff. And I would like to say that I think that's money well spent. When I ran for this position as a board member, I promised to support evidence-based curriculum and programs, and I also promised to listen to stakeholders when making important decisions. As I shared, the individuals who are on the sites and in the classroom have shared significant evidence and experiences with me to prove that AVID should continue to be a priority. So I respectfully ask that we consider keeping these 3 essential positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ballerini.
Okay, I want to thank all of you guys for working so hard to get to this this work that we're looking at here, and I knew it took bargaining units, I know it took the cabinet, the board, we didn't have much to do with all the workings, but we have gone through all the things since then, trying to figure out what goes where and who is in charge of what, all of those kind of things. And I know that that's taken a lot of work on your part, because I don't remember, I mean, I worked for the district for 31 years before I retired, and I don't remember this amount of detail ever going in to the budget, and I just want to commend everybody for that, because I know it takes a lot of work. It's still hard because we don't have enough money for all the positions we want, and that's just the way life is. It's kind of like your home your home budget. You know, you don't always have money for everything you want, but here there are students that may miss out, and that makes things very difficult. I know another thing that was taken into play here was direction that Superintendent Hoffman kind of brought to the board was if we could put out something asking people if they plan to retire within this year, could they let us know ahead of time so that maybe we could look at that kind of empty spots to put people in? And that, I think, has helped definitely as well. At least, I mean, we're not really allowed to let you know so-and-so is retiring. That's not part of the plan. But we do have those numbers, and HR is using those because as president of a bargaining unit, one of the hardest things I ever had to do was to sit in layoff meetings. Not fun at all. And I know nobody really wants to do that, but I think the plan that you guys have come up with here makes a lot of sense. And I'm understanding that the counselor number isn't set in stone. We're still going to look at the seabeds for the 26-27 year, so that helps there. I'm hoping that we're able to find enough elementary counselors to fill what we're looking for. I know that was a problem before, and there were a lot of schools that didn't end up getting an elementary counselor. There was a lot of mess with that. I'm hoping that we will look at finalizing a list of the most needy schools, the schools that need the help the most, and make sure that the counselors, the elementary counselors, go there if we can. It just makes a lot of sense. And I hope that places that we're not able to fill in with, family community engagement, people, et cetera, maybe the school LCAPs can accommodate those. And, we've got school site councils, all those other things. Those are all different ways that we can get additional monies to these jobs if we find that they are important enough still to put people in them, basically. I don't like doing this any more than anybody else does, but I think the plan is well thought out, and I appreciate everything. I have no more questions. I think I asked enough of you the last time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zhang.
I don't really have much to say besides thank you for putting this all together. And the previous board members have already echoed basically what I was planning to say originally, so I want to save us some time and give more time to our next speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yang.
Yeah, good evening to the community and everyone here. It is a situation kind of like a roller coaster in a way, meaning, it travels 360. We started this journey during the pandemic, and there was a lot of thoughts and a lot of opinions and a lot of ideas went into the mini position that we thought was going to help the community, especially the kids. And we had over 300 positions, if I recall correctly. And we were able to hire very close to that number. And during that period of time, we have spoken to many positions that had been very effective helping kids, mental health, counselors, AVID, and on and on and on, right? So there was a lot of positivity in this journey for our kids, for sure, and also for the staff as well, as they lean on each other on a daily basis. And to me, I'm very proud of that. We talked about the equity program that we went from 4 positions to 32 positions, and then currently 18. So yeah, that's very helpful for a very large, diverse district, right? We have this district has majority of the students are minority, and that doesn't happen too often in a school district, but it is here. And the equity program, it really help out student in needs, student who are at disadvantage. And we saw the mini presentation the last 3-4 years, whenever the equity program came to the podium and present presentations. And of course, along with the family and community engagement program, which is the FACE program, the home visitation, the conversation that our staff have with the students, the parents, at their own home, those stories were shared with us, and it's very touching as far as uplifting the family, right? Building trust and so forth. So those things seem small, but it's very caring, right? Builds trust, build I would say uplifting spirits, and a lot of time, those disadvantaged family really need this sort of help. And so so across the board, to AVID, obviously preparing students, to go to higher education and build that knowledge, build that confidence, go into higher education, and just a better life in general. So, yeah, it's very hard to quantify which position is, way more demanding than others to the teeth of it. But we do have our staff who work day and night to really give us the, I would say, the most reliable data that we could get our hands to, and give us recommendation, as we have seen in past presentation, and then also today, right? And I do appreciate our constituents reach out through emails and write in very details, and I read them all. Some of them are longer than others, and I'm really appreciative of your inputs. It's not easy, especially if you're facing losing a job. And again, I said at the last meeting, if we are not losing our job, we don't really know the feeling of those people that are going through that, right? But the positive side of that is that, during the time of those individuals are in our district, they were trained and still being trained to have a lifetime skill set. Rather, some of them, continue to stay employed with Elk Grove Unified School District, or moving forward to a different position here in Elk Grove or somewhere else. I really, think that it's a positive note that, they have to take. And it breaks my heart to know that we cannot obtain all the position that has been so helpful for our students. And, it does break my heart. But at the end of the day, we do have a budget that we have to meet. And that is the hard truth. And, I know that not everybody's going to be happy, but remember, we had a lot of, we have less position before COVID, and we have a lot more today still. So that means that we are still able to provide the help to our student staff more than prior to COVID. So I think that is something that we all should be proud from the labor partners to our staff, the parents, the teacher, the students, all the way to the board. So I just want to say that I will continue to, dig in, do my homework, and push for what is needed in our school district, and continue to advocate and fight for those positions. But I know that not everybody's going to be happy. Somebody's feeling is going to be hurt. That is what it's going to transpire to. But just, again, remember, we are moving ahead, making progress, even though it feels like regress, we're still making a progress. I just want to make that last note, and I just want to thank everyone who's been a part of this journey. I know that, some of our board members who were with us during this process, very difficult process. I remember we, stay very long night meetings, like up to 12 midnight to 1 o'clock. I mean, those are very tough meetings. And some of them were virtual, some were in person. So, I just want to sincerely say I do recognize the concern, the hurt, and the advocacy of want to make sure that we keep these very helpful position to help our kids. But we will do our best. I know I will. And rather that meets some of your expectation or not, we'll see. But I just want to say thank you for all your participation. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Albiani.
I really don't have a lot to add. I can echo Ms. Ballerina's comments on counselors. Thank you. Ms. Baldwin's point to we know these things are important. We definitely appreciate the work that was done, even if it was can only be done for a period of time. But I think we dreamed big, and we will continue to leverage our resources to get back these things that we know have helped. And I think that's really the only, consolation. I mean, it's a hard, hurtful time, and it's been done with a lot of thoughtfulness, I believe, a lot of input, and I do believe in the value of the people and many of the people that were having to change their jobs or choose a new direction. And we will work as a group to bring back those things that we all agree are important. And we can't be there right now because we're focused on number 2 tonight, but truly number 1 is being fiscally solvent. And it is shocking if you look around our area and our state of how many districts are in trouble right now, how many districts have run out of their reserves, how many districts are being overseen by the state. And we have not done that because we've been very intentional about how we run our business, and we run this very large group because we have the importance of these 63,000 students to serve and our 7,000 employees to employ in a place that is good to be at. And so we take that very seriously. I
I recognize, like I said, that this is feeling like a bit of a step back, but this is where we're at, and I do commit to working to bring the things back as we can, fiscally, responsibly, with the people we have. I appreciate the help people, the hard work people have put in. That there is no lack of consideration for what you have done, what you chose to take a temporary job to help students get through a horrible time in our history, a horrible time in their lives. I think every generation has some sort of defining moment, and we've definitely watched our children go through that. And what you've done to help them, we appreciate very much. Mr. Yang, I appreciate your words about the equity department, what we're doing to help our students in the most need. And thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. That's the best I got.
Thank you. Ms. Davis.
Well, there's not much to say after my members of the board. It's this hard coming last. I've been a part of this district as a parent, a grandparent, an employee, and now a board member for 34 years. So I've seen the ebbs and flows of this district. And I also have a family that benefits from all of these departments. I have a family of color, so the equity work is very important to me. The AVID, I have great hopes that one of my grandchildren is going to break through and be our first ones going to college. And the high school counselors, I have a grandson going to high school next year, and I know they're going to be needed. So these decisions are very hard to make, being so vested in the community. I had the privilege to attend an AVID conference when it was just getting started at the elementary level, and it was amazing work. I got to see something that others didn't. I wasn't a teacher, I wasn't an administrator, but somehow they let me in. And I got to see what was coming, and we were like the second elementary school to become an AVID elementary. And the work that was put in and the change in the students was amazing. So it is an amazing program that will always have my support. But as I echo Ms. Albiani, we have to have the money to do it. As I said, I'm very vested in these programs, but I also have a responsible to be fiscally responsible so that we can maintain our district as a whole. Even at our LCAP meetings, the expectation of the people participating when they were asked, how many people do you think we're going to be able to keep out of this number? Their expectation was low. They were very surprised at how many we were able to save, and that is in a direct response to our cabinet members who have gone over every budget. It's not like we have a huge pot of money that we can pull from for everything. It's lots and lots and lots of little budgets and monies that come with constraints and rules that are placed on them by the funding sources. So the deep dive that you guys did and working at a school site and knowing how those budgets work, that work was amazing, and I appreciate and thank you for that work, because we are not having to cut deeper than we are cutting at this time. So I just thank you. It is such a hard decision for our community to make these kind of cuts, but they have to be made. And we appreciate all the comments that were sent our way, every email that we received. I'm sure my fellow members read them as I did. We felt the pain. We felt the pain, and I hope you feel our pain when we make these cuts too. We're in this together. And as Ms. Albiani also said, we want to go forward to bring these back when we can, but we have to keep the boat afloat. So thank everybody for the input we've received. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have that much to add. I think most everything has been said. I want to echo one thing that has been said, which is I continue to be amazed that we've managed to keep so many of the positions that we started with. We owe our department heads an enormous amount of credit for that, and we really appreciate all of the work that you did making that happen. But I think it's important, and so many of us have recognized that that is little comfort to those who are seeing their jobs disappear. And we shouldn't shy away from that. We shouldn't fail to acknowledge that. And we shouldn't fail to acknowledge the people who are hurt. It's more than just feelings. It's lives and household budgets that are going to be disrupted. It's time spent seeking a new job, leaving friends and colleagues behind, and the incredible amount of uncertainty that goes with it. So I share my colleagues' position. I thank you for everything you've done for our kids. And I have no excuses. We owe you more than we can honor today. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that. That said, I also support the recommendations. With regard to the plans going forward, I think that this is not the end of the conversation. I think we have decisions to make, as a leadership team, as a governance team, but approving this plan is not the end of the conversation. We, as Ms. Albiani pointed out, we have continuing responsibilities to ensure that we do not backslide in the services that we're providing. And we as a board have an obligation to make sure that that happens, all of us, and to provide oversight to make sure that everybody is making sure that everything continues to function in the way that we have gotten it to now. So with that, I have nothing more to add. So Mr. Superintendent, do you need any more guidance than that, or are you good?
I think you've been very clear, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, let's see, we have 2 action items, 3 action items. So we are 2 hours in. Why don't we take a brief comfort break, and we will come back at 8:20. All right, board members, let's make our way back to the dais. All right, everybody, let's bring it back. Gotcha. All right. Shh. Thank you, everyone. Let's find our seats. All right, we have a number of action items tonight. First up, Gateway Community Charter and Sacramento Academic Vocational Academy Elk Grove Charter Renewal presentation. Ms. Hubbard.
Oh, there we go. Do you want me to start over? No, I'm kidding. We're here today for Sava Elk Grove's renewal determination. Sava is a direct-funded, non-classroom-based charter school that began serving students in August of 2018 here in Elk Grove. Sava serves approximately 370 students, grades 7 through 12. Sava serves at least 70% at-risk youth and is considered a DAS school. This means that student performance is evaluated using DAS, which is the Dashboard Alternative School Status, in addition to state achievement indicators. Sava has been eligible for DAS since 2022. As per Ed Code, once a petition is submitted, the authorizer has 90 days to approve or deny the petition. The following timeline was followed, and tonight we're here for the final determination. The staff reviewed the petition utilizing an evaluation metrics, local data validation, and legal updates. The petition was reviewed for the following: completeness, which addresses 15 elements, compliance aligning to Ed Code, school performance using the DAS metrics and state indicators, fiscal governance, determining that the school is staying open is in the best interest of students. As part of the renewal report, the staff reviewed the following, the following. Is the school currently identified for technical assistance? I need to grab some water, right back. Thank you. Is the school currently identified for technical assistance? Sava is currently identified for technical assistant for pupil achievement, but is making progress. I will share some of the data on the next slide. They are mostly on track for renewal, and the renewal performance level will be the DAS alternative criteria. There are 5 areas that would give reason for denial if a charter does not meet the criteria, but Sava meets and mostly meets all of 5. School performance is reviewed using DAS and state indicators. The slide is showing a comparison of state indicators from 2022 to 2024. But I would like to share the 2025 dashboard data that just came out. The 2025 dashboard data shows growth in all indicators but chronic absenteeism. Sava showed improvement from 24 to 25 in ELA, which went from a negative 78 points to a negative 53 points, a 25% increase. Math went from negative 181 points to negative 161 points, a 20-point improvement. ELPI, English Learner Progress Indicator, went from 50% to 52.9%, a 2.9% increase. CCI, College and Career Indicator, went from 2% to 6.1%, a 3.1, actually I did my math wrong, it's a 4.1 improvement. And suspension rate maintained, which means that, and was good because it was below 2.5, but I wanted to note that their students with disabilities suspension declined 1.6%. Graduation rate on the 4 to 5 graduation rate went from 60% to 62%, a 2% increase. The only indicator that showed negative growth was chronic absenteeism. It went from 27% to 38%, and I know that that's something that SAVA is working on currently. With the DOS performance data summary, we're looking at the 2024 DOS indicators. SAVA met 5 out of the 8 indicators. The 3 that were undetermined were locally reported, so the staff was not able to verify. A couple of key highlights are that the 1-year graduation rate was 93.1%. Of their CCNI course completion, 100% of students completed at least 4 CTE classes, and their retention rate increased from 74% in 2022 to 81% in 2024. These DOS indicators are agreed upon by SAVA and Elk Grove, and we are currently working on new metrics so that we will have all verifiable data moving forward. Basically, for governance and fiscal concerns, there are no concerns, and there were no corrective action letters issued to the school pursuant of Ed Code. So the options are denial or approval of the petition. If the board should decide to deny the petition by adopting the finding that denial is in the best interest of students, it is recommended that the board adopts the findings outlined in the staff report. If the board should decide to approve the petition, the staff believes the school can be successful with continued oversight and a new MOU with an addendum addressing the following: the student group data disaggregation, local assessment reports, alternative metric development, governance, transparency and training, educational partner input and decision-making, and a clarification that material revisions and the renewal process will follow Ed Code and the Elk Grove board policy. Based on the staff review, the team is of the opinion that SAVA Elk Grove met the requirements of all necessary criteria and is eligible for a 5-year renewal. If the board elects to renew, the term of the charter would be July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2031. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
Board President, there's no blue card on this item.
Great, thank you. Would any board members like to make a comment or ask questions?
Yeah, they do have a presentation next.
Oh, okay.
Should we go to that? Okay.
Yeah.
What? Okay. Move my water.
Not much of a presentation tonight, but good evening, President Vargas, Superintendent Hoffman, and board members. Tonight, let's see if I can get to my slide. There we go. Okay. First off, I want to thank Director Hubbard and her team for the thorough review of our charter, as well as the board members for coming out to, many of you made it out to visit. It was a great process. It's fun to dive in, talk about our program, show off our students, and we want to thank everyone for their time in making that happen. We are in agreement with staff's recommendation, and we are also working collaboratively with staff to fine-tune our updated DOS metrics, as well as the MOU, and we believe that we'll have that ready and agreed upon to bring back both to this board and to the GCC Board of Directors in the month of December. So we feel very positive about that. And for those board members that were not able to make it over the last few months, our doors are always open. We would love to have you out sometime in the spring. So expect an email from us. And again, thank you for your time. Thank you for the conversations. And Sue, thank you for the review. And that is all we have tonight.
Great. Thank you very much. Board members, any questions or comments?
I did go out and got the pleasure of touring not just one, but two of the facilities. You got some good things going on out there, and I have a grandson, as I've shared with you, that's interested in your program, so I might be becoming a grandparent supporter out there. So yeah, a lot of good work going out there, and it was really fun to come and see how engaged your students were in the CTE pieces, especially. Quiet, studying. It was not what I expected. I was pleasantly surprised. So thank you for that invitation.
Okay.
Irene?
I also enjoyed my visit out there, and I know Delia told you this as well. We expect an invitation to the fashion show.
Got it.
So that's a really interesting area for me. So I'm excited about it, and I really did enjoy the tour, and just the hands-on experience those kids get is just amazing, and the small class sizes was wonderful as well. So and thank you for taking the time to give us the tour and answer all my questions. Absolutely. Okay.
Ms. Moore.
I was able to visit a few months ago, and I was really also pleasantly surprised. And I think that SABA offers unique opportunities for kids that might not have them otherwise, and so I think that's really important. And so, thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to thank the community for coming out and supporting SAVA. It's really obvious you guys have a really great community. And I worked at Los Rios for 8 years. And when I came to visit SAVA, it was like, oh, it feels like a little community college here. And getting to see the things that you're all doing is just so special. Really important work that our students, non-traditional students need access to, and you're doing some really tremendous things. And I'm really excited to learn more about the things that you'll continue to do. And this is really great too to hear that you're also looking to improve on some of those indicators. And so, what's continuous improvement is always a good thing. And it's clear that you guys see that and you want to improve and continue to do such great work. And I think that's what makes you so special. So yes, definitely looking forward to the fashion show and checking out the students that are doing the firefighting. That is really fun. I will definitely let my husband know if you want a guest speaker to come and talk about CAL FIRE or CDCR fire. But thank you again. I know this is a long process for you all, very successful, and thank you for being a part of our community here.
All right, then I will entertain a motion to approve the SAVA Elk Grove renewal.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Yang.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Baldwin. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have calendar conversion recommendation for Arnold Adreani Elementary School. Dr. Coates.
All right. Good evening, President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, staff, and community. Here tonight to provide a recommendation for calendar conversion. And before we get started, I just want to acknowledge that this is, we don't come to these recommendations lightly. We know that no matter what we recommend, it's not going to meet the needs of everyone involved. But here we are because the work needs to move forward. Every decision that we make, from building a new school to making a recommendation, is rooted in our learning vision, and tonight is no exception. So you've seen everything in this presentation before. Today we're just going to review the process to date, provide a recommendation, and talk through, should you approve the recommendation, the timeline to transition. So calendar conversions are a three-step process. What we do is we examine site enrollment and capacity data to determine potential calendar conversions. You'll see when we get to the process that this started over a year ago. The studying started several years ago, but starting to really have public conversations with the board and community over a year ago. We gather parent and staff feedback and then bring a recommendation to the board for consideration. So as a reminder, this slide was presented back in August when we talked about managing growth in Elk Grove, and year-round calendars are one strategy that we utilize when we have overcapacity in particular areas. When we use a 4-track year-round model, only 3 tracks are in session at any time, and it expands the capacity of a school by about 25%. And so what this does is it allows us to have as many students that live in the neighborhood and in the boundaries attend their neighborhood school. And so it's the intent that most kids attend their neighborhood school. It also is a way for us to minimize construction costs, new construction, and should we not use the year-round model in Elk Grove, we'd likely need another 4 to 7 elementary schools, which is just not feasible. The average cost of an elementary school is around $75 million. So looking at the years of study really by the facilities and planning team, conversations with elementary education and anecdotal experiences at the site, we've been watching and had our eye on this capacity issue at Adreani since 23-24. At that point, the site was at 95% capacity. I'm not going to read every single bullet, but you can see the story here. In 24-25, we were over capacity and we were offloading students, but also receiving some students, and those are for specialized programs that we have. For 25-26, we again are over capacity. We are offloading 78 students, and most of those fall into the TK or kinder age group. And so that's been an area of concern, a place where we've heard a lot of really worry from the parents and the families who live within the Adreani boundary but are attending another school at such a young age. We did look at some other options, and I'll kind of walk through the timeline in just a minute, but we did entertain a boundary adjustment, but that would take out a portion of the Adreani boundary who's currently attending. It would impact the enrollment of Sierra as well as Pleasant Grove, and then reducing the complete capacity of Adreani to just 57%, which is an underutilized school. That really wasn't a viable option. We entertained the idea of relocatables, those portable classrooms, to help alleviate enrollment impaction. I don't expect you to completely recall, but portables are not a long-term solution. We talked through that back in August at the Managing Growth. And so again, just reiterating that the calendar conversion, while not an easy decision, appears to be the best solution. So I'm just going to say it again. We are going to recommend this evening the shift from Adreani Elementary School from a traditional calendar to a year-round calendar beginning in July of 27. We do follow an 18-month process to make sure, knowing that the transition isn't easy, staff and families need time to plan, make adjustments, childcare. So it's really important that we make a decision on how we're going to move forward so we have adequate time to plan, prepare supports, etc. Based on what we've learned and what we've heard from the offloading, especially in our TK and K classes, using a similar approach that we have at Miwok, adding short-term portables, relocatables at Adreani. We have capacity for up to 4. We would be placing those this summer to avoid the offloading for the 26-27 school year, knowing it'd be taxed in a way that similar to Miwok, and we would have to mitigate some of the increased traffic, but we could do that knowing it's not the permanent solution. So the timeline to the transition and what we've done to date. So as I had shared, over a year ago, we really started to have deep conversations with different departments, our cabinet team, and we started to communicate what this could look like. November, about a year ago, we presented an initial presentation to the board for consideration. After that initial recommendation, we said we were going to go to do the work. We were going to get out to the community. We were going to work with the site. And that's what we did. We discussed the transition. We provided information. We obtained input. We tried to answer questions. Multiple parent letters had gone out. We did survey families on their preferences. We conducted community meetings to discuss the transition, and we explored other possibilities such as the boundary studies. One thing I will share about the survey results is we had approximately 165 respondents. We have just over 900 students that attend Adreani. And the biggest concern that came out of the survey was whether siblings could be on the same track. And so that is something through the randomized process that we've done a really good job being able to make sure that siblings maintain on the same track. I don't expect it to be perfect 100% of the time, but elementary education and their process is really tight in delivering those, trying to keep siblings together. So through the conversation that we've had, the studies that we've done, the input from the families and the site, facilities and planning team, we're bringing this forward, this recommendation this evening to convert Adreani into the year-round calendar. Should you move forward with the recommendation, we would communicate that widely to the communities, work through the transportation process. We do have Ed Code 37611 that has some requirement to post and give notice when we're changing a calendar. In February of 2027, that randomized selection process to determine track assignments would be done. We'd notify parents of track assignments. And then in July of 27, the year would start with the multi-track year-round calendar. And so just to reiterate that tonight we are recommending that Adreani Elementary School move from a traditional calendar to a year-round calendar beginning July of 27, and that we would provide the temporary interim housing as soon as this summer to minimize offloading students to neighboring schools. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
Yeah, we have a few. Okay, calling on James. Followed by Ben. Just a second. Mic check.
Okay.
Go
Thank
ahead.
the board for letting me speak tonight. What I was kind of unaware about this meeting, to me, it seemed like it's kind of deceptive and hidden if it's not posted in emails or located on the electronic sign at Adreani School. I was informed about it by a parent. As far as I'm concerned, I don't want Adreani going year-round because I have a first grade daughter and a sixth grade son at the school now. And that's going to cause problems for childcare, figuring for the following year. My daughter will be in second grade and my son will be in seventh grade, so it'll be two different tracks. One will be year-round and one will be traditional. So that's going to be a burden on me for trying to figure out childcare, to figure out how they're going to get picked up from school, because both of my wife and I work. And what I don't understand is didn't realize you guys said you had many meetings. I just remember just that one at the school. And what I don't understand is majority of the people that I feel that go to Adreani don't want it to go year round. I don't know where you got that input at. And they should have planned earlier for the growth of Elk Grove School District to build another school instead of just putting the burden on transition Adreani to a year-round school. That's it.
Thank you. Next, Ben, followed by Jeffrey.
All right, good evening, Mr. President, members of the board. Ben Trifo. I am a parent of a student at Adreani and a parent of a student that will hopefully soon be going to Adreani Elementary. I want to start off my comments by noting that I am a product of Elk Grove Unified School District. I went to Folks Ranch and Joseph Sims. I went to Harriet Eddy. I went to Franklin High School. Shout out to Miss Phillips, my 6th grade teacher. If she is listening, she's probably not. I want to say that because I genuinely value a public education. I do, and I moved to the 95829 zip code to send my kids to Adreani. I live 0.73 miles from the school. I walk my children to school every single Friday with their friends. I've been doing that since kindergarten. My student is in 1st grade right now. The overcrowding at the school has negatively impacted my family. I have my son, he's in 1st grade. He's in a split class, a 1st, 2nd grade split class. He does not get to go to lunch and recess with his friends. He is picked on by 2nd and 3rd graders. I've been told my son that's going to TK next year will likely be offloaded to a different campus. I see the nodding around here. You all think likely that I am in support of this plan. I am not. Here's why. I don't think it gets to the root cause of this issue. We have significant amounts of families at our school who come to the school for the same reason I do. It is a fantastic school. I think it's one of the best ones in Elk Grove Unified School District. Unfortunately, they are coming in from the uppermost parts of the 95829 zip code. They're passing by others elementary schools along the way. They're coming from Rancho Cordova. You're going to hear other examples of students coming from across I-5. They're overcrowding the school, and yet families that live in the zip code who are assigned to the school are negatively impacted. I want there to be a permanent solution. I am a taxpayer in this area. My dollars fund the school. They fund the school, the schools around here. I want this area to be successful. I want our students to be successful. This school has developed leaders in our community. I want to stay here. I want my kids to be here. But I want a solution that is long-term, that is tenable. We have 500 more houses going in north of Gerber Road that aren't assigned to the school. We have not done a good job of making sure that everyone that coming to the school is actually assigned to the school. I have no faith whatsoever that those homes there are not going to be going to the school that they're assigned to, that they will then end up coming to Adreani. I just want a permanent solution that works, that everyone plays by the rules. I urge this body, please reject the recommendation today. Let's continue a conversation. Let's include the community. I want a permanent solution, and maybe it is a blend of some of these things presented, but I don't think year-round right now is the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey, followed by Nanette, Shoma.
It's Jeffrey, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, I want to start off by letting you know, I think you have a misunderstanding of our area. You missed the major factor, and it just shows. So I put my thoughts down. Good evening. I'm here tonight because I'm deeply concerned about both the lack of transparency in this process and the direction that district is trying to take. This is against the clear wishes of families that you serve. First is transparency. The district announced an informational meeting days in advance, and it was buried in the talking points. Okay, well, that's why people couldn't find it, right? Then you did a special meeting to follow up on this at 10 a.m. on a weekday when we work and our kids are at school. We couldn't go to that. Okay, after that, you didn't release the results of the survey that you guys gave. Why not? When you withhold data, families are forced to assume that you're hiding something, and you are, because it was massively against going year-round. Okay? Why didn't you state that data in the calendar conversion decision-making process, talking point number 2, that you put up? You forgot that data. Do you know what that data was? I have it. 82% of families said they had concerns about transitioning to a year-round calendar. When asked which option they preferred, only 16% chose to go year-round. 60% wanted offloading. 24% chose other. That's portables. That's 84% of our community saying no. Listen to us, 84%. The survey I did had over 250 replies, which I presented at the last meeting. Additionally, the root issue is not the calendar. It's the district's failure to properly vet enrollment. It's well known from principals as far back as Mark Vieira, okay, that parents, teachers, everyone knows. A quarter to a third of enrollment at Adreani is from out of boundary. You just talked about being in boundaries. They're not enforcing it, okay? When asked about this, we were told there's nothing we can do, all right? They must accept all documentation. So what's the point of boundaries if you're not checking addresses? By not enforcing them, you're actually draining attendance and therefore funding from adjacent schools. Do you not care about the adjacent schools? They need their money too. We live in an area with no apartments, very little turnover. Homes are over $1 million. You could have planned this out. This is a failure on your guys' part, okay? Finally, I need to address the comments at the quote-unquote informational meeting that were so tone deaf, it made us sick, okay? We were sold. It wasn't a meeting. It was a sales pitch where someone said, I forget who it was, oh, you can travel on off calendar. That presupposes we have one child, or they're both on the same track, and they're not, because someone that my son goes to karate with at Beitzel, they had 2 kids on different tracks. It doesn't happen, okay? Also, it presupposes we don't have kids on traditional calendars. That was so tone deaf, it was borderline insulting. In closing, families are not confused, we're not misinformed. We are clearly telling you 84% say do not go year round. We need transparency. It
Sorry,
hasn't
sir,
been there.
your time's up.
Hasn't been. You got 20 minutes to talk, man. Give me a sec.
Sorry, sir, your time's up.
84%. Make the correct decision. Vote against it.
Thank you. Annette, followed by Andrew.
Well, thank you for letting me speak here today. Like Jeff mentioned, my kids also go to Adreani, and in fact, one of them would be moving on to middle school when we will be changing it to a track system. In fact, very convenient for the families to have a kid on a track and a traditional. But what I'm sharing here today is that most of our community do not support this change. We have said that in our surveys, and we have voiced it to our principal and some of you as well on this platform. The biggest concern we have is this is impacting, causing a hardship for not just for parents, teachers, everyone. Now we have to identify different means to financially support our kids outside those track system times and provided care. Not only that, it's also impacting our families negatively because we wouldn't even have a quality time together if we have a kid on a traditional and a track system. And coming back to a few things that we discussed today, I'm disappointed to hear how it was shared because first thing was shared was like we had multiple meetings. We didn't. We had a one meeting. The data provided in there was inadequate. We asked for more information. Email was sent to the district asking very pointed and questions that were referring to the data that was never disclosed. There was a very high-level, broader information provided. But coming back to our portable conversation, it was based on the information that was provided in our questions, we said the increase would be 106 students by 2029, which will require 5 portable classrooms, 3 without bathrooms, and 2 with bathrooms. The concern was that we don't have enough bathroom space to accommodate that. Looking back to our facilities plan from 2015 to 2025, Adreani bathrooms can support 1,400 students. And you can look at it, it's up on the website. Secondly, going back to the distance from the bathroom was the second concern if these portables were going to be placed behind multi-purpose room. Actually, there's already 2 portables that are being used by Assist at Adreani. There's a space for 3 portables right behind there, which would reduce the distance to the bathrooms, almost same that would be from the other corner of the school. And the 2 portables can go next to the multipurpose room and used by Assist program. In fact, it would be convenient for them because right now, parents are walking across the campus to that classroom to check the kids out and then walking back to a multipurpose room, which is closer to the entrance. So I think that's where I'm wondering if there's a more work that needs to be done. So at least no matter where we go and what decision we make, that we all have a clear picture. And right now, I don't feel like as a community we have a clear picture, and I'm afraid you guys don't have a clear picture to vote on this today. And I think that's all I want to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Judd Westerhall, followed by Mr. Cosumnes.
Hello, my name is Anya Westerhouse. I have had the pleasure of having children at Adreani for the past decade, and we love Adreani. We chose it because it's an amazing school. I was a teacher for many years. I taught at a year-round school, and when I chose what home to buy, I chose traditional. A lot of families in our neighborhood chose traditional. I know there's benefits, but we chose this area because it's traditional. And I understand that there's been a lot of growth in our neighborhood, but there are, as mentioned, people that are disobeying the rules. They're not using their addresses correctly. And I have to say, as an educator, I was horrified by the disrespect from the district. Coming in, having meetings, you had one meeting, ma'am, one meeting at our school. We had many questions. There was a ton of parents who had more questions. We were given a very generic piece of paper as a response. The response was not adequate, nor did it address what portables could actually do to help our school, which will only be impacted for a handful of years before natural attrition happens. I am always advocating for public school, but the way that we were treated by you coming to our school, not listening to us, as Jeff mentioned, 82 to 84% of the parents do not want this. And when all those parents do not want this, guess what's going to happen to your ADA? Guess what's going to happen? A lot of families are going to be like, well, we're going to pull our kids out because they have families all over the world. That's why they chose Adreani. Now, I think this vote is very premature. I would like to know more numbers about what portables would actually cost and how many bodies we could actually get in. It's you guys came to us at a meeting, like Jeff said, basically selling us. Like, you already knew that you wanted us to go year-round. That is not okay. You said, point two, that you cared about our opinion. Clearly, that is not the case because many of us have talked to you. I talked to you at the meeting. There's been no real response. Your solution to go year-round is inadequate, and it's disrespectful to the families of Adreani, and we are owed an apology because this is not the way we handle families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Cosumnes?
Yes.
Yeah,
Maxine
correct me.
Wiscosi.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I just wanted to let you guys know I grew up in Elk Grove Unified School Districts my whole life, and this district is really dear to me. From kindergarten to 12th grade, and when me and my wife were choosing a house to buy, our kids were not even in school yet. Well, one of them was, or going to school. And I specifically chose this district or this location, Vineyard location, because of the school, and we really wanted to be in the area. And another thing is, I went to Merritt Sycamore, and that school is on track, and I really didn't like it. I remember where our church had kids camps, and we didn't have to go. We weren't able to go to kids camps because it was in a track where I was in school. So a lot of events that I missed, and I really wanted a traditional school for my kids. I have 4 kids. One of them is going to be going to school soon, and it just worries me because if they're going to be in different tracks, it's going to be really, really tough to, go anywhere or do anything, and have all these, community events, outside of school with church and, other events. So I really want to, have you guys vote against it. I really like the traditional system, and I feel like if us as a young family, it would really help for us to have a traditional school year. I don't know all the solutions that there might be, but I really hope it's going to stay the way it is. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Michelle, followed by Brick Lamb.
Good evening, board members and fellow community members. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Michelle Coffrin, and I have children who attend Adreani Elementary School, Albiani Middle School, and Pleasant Grove High. I stand here today to express my strong opposition to transitioning Adreani Elementary School to a year-round schedule. While I understand the desire to fix the problem of our impacted school, this particular change would create a significant hardship, especially for families with older children in middle school and high school. I'm really concerned about the attendance rates, which I honestly feel will decline under a year-round model, and just to accommodate schedules of their older siblings. This would ultimately cause a loss of funding due to decreased attendance. Adreani has always been a high-performing, academically competitive school, and decreased attendance and thus resources would ultimately negatively impact our school's performance. Additionally, this transition imposes a significant burden on families. Many families rely on our summer breaks to coordinate childcare and work schedules. Older siblings like mine often help with their younger siblings while we work. For many families, especially those with multiple children on different campuses and different schedules, year-round school introduces logistical conflicts and additional expenses. For these reasons, I respectfully asked for the board to reject the transition to a year-round schedule. I'd really appreciate it if we could continue working together on a solution that strengthens our student achievement without creating unnecessary hardships for our families and students at our school. Thank you.
Thank you. Last blue card, Brick Lamb.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Vic Lamb. Good evening, board members. I am a mom of a special ed student at Adreani, and they are usually overlooked and not considered. And in this case, again, they weren't considered. Special ed students will be negatively impacted tremendously. They will regress. Their structure will be abrupted. An autistic mom faces stress of a military combat warrior. You are going to add so much more stress onto that for us. I don't know why you think this was a good idea. All the surveys that were done, were special ed students' need surveyed in this? Were they thought of? Were they considered? Or are they, again, just an afterthought? Our students struggle so much. My son went from special ed to general ed. Structure and consistency is very important. Doing year-round will tremendously abrupt that. The impact will be so bad. Regression will be there. What are we going to do with these students? Are they not important? Are they meaningless? Are we going to fail these students because they're such a small minority? We are putting portables in already for TK and kindergartners for the impact that you're talking about, to alleviate what's going on. If that's already the case, why not look into those options? Why are we not thinking of these students? Please don't fail these students. I'm asking the board members to please support special ed students. As special ed moms and parents, we need you guys to back us up. Don't fail these students. If you guys change this, they will be so negatively impacted. That's not fair to them. Thank you.
Thank you. That ends the blue card on this item, Board President.
Thank you very much. Board members, are there any questions or comments? I will start with Ms. Baldwin.
Yeah, I was just curious about how much more capacity would we be gaining I know you mentioned that we expect to decrease offloading if we make this shift. Can you give me a better idea of like what could that look like?
Your mic is not on.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to stall a little bit. We think we could mitigate offloading, in particular with our youngest age groups, the TK and the K through 3 families. So we think we could pretty much mitigate the offloading with the year-round conversion.
You couldn't give me a number of like if we were to do it
We're
this
offloading
year.
78 students, and they would be able to be in their home schools. And I would add, and we retain the special ed programs that people come in at Adreani. Actually, those were preserved as we moved this consideration and recommendation forward.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to, I know this is a very sensitive topic. I empathize deeply. Last year, it was a big motivation for me to put my name in the hat to be a board member for Area 4. We live in the Laguna area, and my neighborhood school is Joseph Sims. I have 3 children. None of them have attended Joseph Sims. Last year, we were transporting our kids. We did get the advantage of having our son ride the bus, but that had its other challenges. All 3 of our kids had to be somewhere at 8:30, and it was my kids did not like me last year in the morning. I was drill sergeant mom, and I understand that this is a huge change, and it's very hard on a family. At the same time, we are a growing district, and we need to be fiscally responsible, and we don't have $75 million to just create more schools, unfortunately. So I appreciate the perspective shared here. It's very important to us. We value public comment. It gives us an opportunity to really hear from the community and receive the letters that have come in. And I just wanted to express that this is a hard decision to have to make. And believe me, I understand what it feels like to have to make such a massive change being a working mom. And my husband, a firefighter, so at times I'm a single mom during different times of the year and trying to manage that. But we are the district that we are because we make these kinds of decisions to try and make sure that we can maintain the good things that we have going here and remain fiscally solvent. And so unfortunately, this may be a decision that is not going to sit well with some of our families. But the biggest impact of not having to see your child offloaded and have the potential of your children being at the same school, that is a nice perk that I see with this option. And I support the recommendation.
Thank you. Ms. Moore.
Yeah, I do have some questions and comments. First of all, I would like to thank all of the parents that came out to make public comment and or emailed. I really appreciate your feedback. The first question I have is, I know that parents asked, what is the projected cost increase associated with transitioning to a year-round school? Have we calculated that for parents?
We did calculate that. I don't have that. It is slightly more with just cost of running operational, having lights on, utilities to run a year-round elementary school. But when you look at the annual ongoing costs versus the cost of a new school, it's nominal.
So did we provide that information to parents then when they asked?
I don't believe that was in the FAQ.
Okay, because I know that they asked that. So I want to validate their concerns that when they ask questions and we don't answer, then they feel that we did not listen. So I think that's unfortunate. And so did you say we're placing 4 or 5 portables?
There's not room for 5 from the planning team, so we can place up to 4 for interim housing, is what we would call temporary.
Okay. And but the plan is that they're only going to be there for a year?
They would be there during the transition. Yeah, similar to Miwok, as we're building Arbor Ranch Elementary, they'll sit there while we're in the middle of that transition, and then they'll be relocated.
Okay, well, I just want to point out that portables, I visit sites all the time, and we keep portables on sites for extended amounts of time. So I don't feel like that has been explored properly because, for example, at Sunrise Elementary, they have 4 or 5 portables that have been there basically since their site opened, and they're still the same portables. So I think we need to be honest about that and consider that as an option. And then I believe in the presentation tonight, the projections were only shared out through next school year. Is that correct? I'm looking at the wrong presentation. I think that's what I wrote down. I attended the community meeting that was referenced at the Adreani School, and at that time, Michael Golden gave a presentation, and I believe his projections were for 5 years. So I was just curious why we didn't project out past that year.
Any projections that we are doing beyond current or future years are based on building development, permits, people moving in. Adreani is a bit landlocked with more growth happening outside of that boundary area. And we've been approaching the 100% capacity for the last 3 years. And so we believe that will stabilize. I don't have the 5 or 10 year projections with me tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember when he presented, I believe the projections said that after 5 years it would start to decline again. So I just question if we've adequately studied that, and if perhaps keeping the portables there for an extended amount of time, up to, for example, up to 5 years, would meet the needs without impacting families so much. So that's why I'm asking. And you mentioned the boundary options. Was that the only option that you said it would leave, I think, Adreani at 57% capacity? Was that the only option that we had?
Yes.
Okay. And then something I mentioned to the superintendent today as well while we're talking about this topic is I think that in general, when we're talking about tracks, that we need to consider how long a family has lived in the community or owned a home when looking at track placement, because we do that. I know that we do that for the high schools with, I know like at PG and CAMS, you are allowed to attend those schools based on, when your home was purchased or when you, had proof of residence. So I think that's something that we need to consider so that we don't have, I don't think it's fair to have families living in a neighborhood for 10 plus years that get less priority than someone who just moved in. I think that's something we need to consider. So I just wanted to mention that. Okay, and then I have big concerns about why the survey results weren't shared, from the parent survey results. I know they asked for that, and we've had multiple opportunities to share that, including tonight, and we didn't do that. And also, it was mentioned that we sought staff feedback, but I've not heard any staff. Why has that not been shared with the board and the public?
So a couple questions in there. So the first is survey. We don't typically put that survey results into these types of presentations. I think it is important to note that we have just over 900 students enrolled, and we had 163 respondents. So it's informative, and it helps us understand how to best support and where those needs are, knowing that survey results can't be a singular data point for us to make a recommendation. So that's one. We had elementary ed met with the site staff and had that particular meeting, and then we had a lot of department meetings and facilities and planning meetings as we made the recommendations over the past few years.
Yeah, I think if we're going to claim or put on our timeline that we sought out feedback from various stakeholders, then we should be sharing that feedback. Even it's, to me, it's not a good look to seek feedback and then not share it, especially when the community is asking for it, because it appears that we are hiding something. And even if the survey results are not in favor of this recommendation, I believe it's important to share those results because it shows that we're being honest and transparent and that we care about community feedback, even if it goes against the ultimate recommendation. I don't think that's appropriate that we're not being transparent about that. I don't think that's okay. And I would have appreciated hearing the staff feedback as well. So I would also like to acknowledge that this is a difficult decision and that I understand that sometimes difficult decisions need to be made to best utilize our existing facilities, accommodate growth, and to be fiscally responsible. My family has experienced firsthand the challenges that come with transitioning from a traditional calendar year to a year-round calendar when Sunrise Elementary transitioned to a year-round calendar several years ago. I think it's important to point out that it is a big challenge to ask a community to transition to a year-round calendar versus opening a school on a year-round calendar. That's a big difference. I have also experienced the challenges that come with having children at an elementary school on a year-round calendar while also having children at a secondary school on traditional calendar. The reality is this decision will likely negatively impact many families and limit family time and family vacation opportunities, potentially complicate childcare, as was mentioned, and more. And I feel that this process has not been one with honesty, transparency, or making our parents feel that their opinions are valued. As I previously mentioned, we didn't share the survey results with the community. And our last meeting discussing this topic was a special daytime board meeting. As mentioned, most people during the daytime are at work or when we start at 9 o'clock. Some kids are just, my youngest kids start school at 9 o'clock. So we're really limiting opportunities for parent feedback, and I don't think that's appropriate, especially for important topics like this. We have not been honest about the realities of the potential hardships this can place on families. As was mentioned, the meeting was, I understand why the parents felt that the staff presenting were tone deaf and or that's the feeling they had, saying you can go skiing in January, so it will all be okay. But as mentioned, if you have kids on a traditional schedule or constraints with your job, you can't just pick up and go skiing in February, January. You can't go to Disneyland. That doesn't always work that way, and so I don't think that it's appropriate that we presented that way. So I think being honest and transparent is important if we want to build trust and truly allow our stakeholders to be partners with us, even in difficult situations. So for these reasons, I will not be able to support this recommendation today.
Thank you. Ms. Ballerini.
Okay, I'm looking at the boundary map. You don't have it up there, so I'm just trying to figure out where Adreani is, et cetera, in relation to other schools in the area and maybe why that one's so impacted. Do we know if there are any students at Adreani that may be going to end up going to Cypress Grove when it opens next year?
Unless
it's too far?
Yeah, that boundary was not impacted at all by Cypress Grove.
Okay, because I was hearing some people say that some people live in Rancho that are going to the school. So I was thinking that. I also know that we have property in the Vineyard area. At some point in time, we were talking about doing something with that. Is there a way to move the building up of that school sooner? Is that something we can possibly look at?
So that is the Sierra rebuilt.
Right.
And when we looked at the boundary adjustment to perhaps take a look at that. It was,
So is that the one you're noting there?
yeah.
Okay.
And it impacted the entire Wild Hawk area and
Okay.
would take them out of the Adreani boundary, which was a major disruption.
Okay, but it would be another new school. So maybe then those could both be on traditional or something. I know there are a lot of
But it exists. It's not a new school without kids. It's we're talking about moving Sierra, so all those kids go with it.
But it's not a very full school at this point. What are our numbers of Sierra? Do we know?
I don't.
Not off the top of my head.
Jen does?
They're right at 600, a little below 600.
Okay, so they do have some room if we could possibly do that. I'm just trying to think out of the box, think of other ways that we can do it. Now, with the putting some portables or relocatables is the key word on the site, since we have 78 that we're offloading, will that accommodate those 78?
Yeah.
And so I guess my question is, if we're able to accommodate them, do the numbers go up the next year? Like she was saying, we don't have the next year to know if they'd be able to accommodate.
Yeah, so relocatables
Right.
are not the most conducive learning environment. And so if we go back to our learning vision and like the wellness and a healthy environment, while we have portables all throughout the district, it's not what we want for our students. And so we don't own the portables. We lease them for a short period of time. So we would have to look into purchase, and for each one, it's approximately $1 million.
Okay, and we lease them for that amount of time and then do whatever. And I know TK and kindergarten specifically have specific requirements about bathroom within a certain distance and 20 to 1, all these different things. So I know those complicate things a little bit. I'm just trying to think of other ways than going year round, since they totally do not seem to be wanting it. I wish I had a magic wand that could make it happen, but I don't.
Me too.
Okay, that is all the questions I have. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Yang.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Thanks for the feedback from our constituents. Yeah, I do agree that this presentation is a bit lack of data, especially from the survey standpoint. I too would like to see that being a part of this presentation, regardless the result, the lack of participation or whatnot. I would like to see that. So obviously we had parents who are very concerned. So my question is, this is an action item, right? So if we vote on it, then we're going to move forward. So with that said, if we were to asking for more time, I wanted to know how much time do we have so that we would do a more thorough presentation next time for the board and for the community to see that we are being transparent, to have that trust in this process. How much time do we have?
So as I started the presentation, we typically take 18 months to make a recommendation. That way, once the decision's made, we're out, we're working with staff, we're working with the community, we're identifying what supports they may need, what the impaction is during the transition period. For instance, we add 4 portables and stop offloading. We know that traffic is going to be impacted, bathrooms are going to be impacted, and so we need to have time to mitigate those factors, whether it's a crossing guard or some additional options. So That it's 18 months, and so 18 months, kind of our drop dead date for July 2027 is December. Anything beyond that, we're now having a discussion for the 2028 academic year.
So I'm looking at a timeline here. So you're saying that we have to make that decision July.
So December 16th is our last board
December
meeting
16th, okay.
to hit that 18-month timeline.
Okay. So for me, I see the recommendation, the benefit of why this recommendation is made. But on the flip side, we got some very concerned parents, and they know their situation better than we do. So I think to really serve our parents and our students, which are who we serving, and if we still have that time, I personally don't mind to stall that process from this action item to prolong to the next meeting, so that we could gather more information and present it a little bit more thorough. So that we could build trust within the parents. In this case, I don't mind that pushing forward, because we still going to meet that timeline. So yeah, so we'll see what we work on it. But my recommendation is for us to come back next meeting with more information, like the survey and more data, if we can, to put on here, and then we could take a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Albiani.
I think this is obviously something hard. Elk Grove's been a district that when its schools get impacted, we go year-round and shrink back, and we have I taught 25 years ago in this district, and we were doing the same thing. I will say in the 10 years I've been here, I've never had a transition that got this clear pushback, and so the process building up to this concerns me. And there are so many things that have been brought up and that I was emailed that really are, I think, fears that we can put aside because we have done this so many times. Are we going to get past the point that you move somewhere and you wanted your child to go, or children to go to a traditional school, and they could be going to a year-round? I'm not sure we're going to get past that, but there are true things like you believe. I mean, I've heard all sorts of numbers that people are coming to your school that shouldn't be at your school. Susan was a school secretary. There are laws that we have to follow to allow people in our schools, and it's required documentation. And so that's tough. We do a track system in 22 of our schools. Anybody know? 19 of our schools are on a track. I think as the mom of a child that's had some special needs, I feel for the idea that your special needs children will be, that change is a fear. We have extremely successful programs in year-round. Tonight we recognized a nationally recognized Blue Ribbon school, and it's a year-round school. So it doesn't have to be the end of the world, but change is super hard. And your daycare providers have to adjust to what's the new need in the neighborhood. It's a whole process, and that's why it is 18 months. And there is the rub of someone's going year-round, someone's going high school. Our last president, she had a year-round, a traditional, and a modified somehow. I mean, it is part of coming
of being in Elk Grove to me. I moved here to be at Elk Grove. I'm sorry we couldn't fix the TKK problem this year, but I am excited we have listened and responded to that need. I think the track system, we keep families together. Everybody's going to say there's a chance you aren't, but I will say I've been on the sport 11 years and no one's ever written to me say that they didn't keep their family together on a track system. I have not received that email in 11 years. So we do have that part down. I think someone that spoke said they prefer to overload their school, but then you have how many recesses, how many lunches, how many staff are on site. You just end up with losing the dynamic of a school with the amount of students it's built for, which gives you your best educational program. And I don't feel like there was enough preloading to make this a successful, smooth transition, and for that, I apologize, and we'll bring that up if the next time this is done. I'm rather split, so I'm going to finish listening to my other board members before I say what I think. I mean, where I feel on the recommendation.
Thank you very much. Ms. Davis.
When I came into this district, almost all the schools were year-round, including our middle schools. And I've watched them ebb and flow over the years. Interestingly, I was working at a year-round school, and when we decided to convert it back to a traditional, there was just as much resistance. People get used to the schedules. There's pros and cons on all. To address the intra thing, and I know this isn't going to be popular, Jen, but from the school side of it, secretaries have been asking for years, why aren't we able to question documentation when we know it's not valid? It is frustrating. Is Adreani closed to interest?
Yes, it's been closed since the beginning of the 2019 school year.
So the only ones that are on intro were the grandfathered ones
Correct.
who are transitioning out?
Correct.
So the numbers are reducing each year?
Mm-hmm.
Do we know how many are there on interest?
I think, if I don't quote me, but it's below 10. And they were like sixth grade students this year who were grandfathered in at that time.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And so they are closed to all interests,
right? Even
an administrative intra.
Okay. But just, that is a frustration of your office staff that when we did call, and it was mentioned that we can't ask questions. So I'd like us to at least address that, because it is frustrating on the school side and the parent side, because people talk and it creates a lot of misinformation. Let's see. Were any evening meetings held? Was there a reason that we didn't have them in the evening?
We had an evening meeting with, yeah.
We held the parent meeting, and every parent who had additional questions, Mr. Golden or the site principal met with them. Some parents he met with multiple times, and each question that was asked, if it was a new question, we developed a FAQ, a frequently asked question, and each time a new question was asked from either a parent meeting or an email that was received, then the FAQ that was added to it, and it was resent out.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We welcome your feedback, but we don't welcome disruption. So please respect board members, respect cabinet as we're having this conversation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you on that. Just to the parents who have working in an office, I just want you to know the office staff works diligently to keep families together. It is a priority to the staff. It's a hard job to do. Once in a while, due to overcrowding in a certain grade level, sometimes they can't be accomplished, but they do put in the work. We know how important it is to keep families together, and I would really recommend you investigate the schedule to find something that works for you, because a lot of people think that the A schedule works best and everybody wants to rush to the A schedule, not realizing that the D schedule works with traditional schools too. So there are a couple options if you look and you investigate it, that you could maybe find something that works for your family. But again, the office staff works very hard. The principals work very hard. Elementary ed works very hard. I know at the beginning of the year when registrations happen, there's many calls going back and forth to elementary ed asking, can we do this? And generally, we can. They support us in those requests, so that's really appreciated. It is a hard decision. It is a hard decision to make. I've seen the pain for the families that have to go through it, but I've also seen the good things that come out of it once it happens. It does reduce the number of kids at the school at a size. The traffic is decreased. The opportunities for kids increases. So it can be good and bad. So I am mixed on this. Not being a part of this when it first started. Few of us board members are coming into this midway. So we had no participation or knowledge of how this was being handled. Some of it's new to us, and we are listening. So thank you for your input.
Thank you very much. I don't have much to add beyond what my colleagues have said. I actually agree, with the observation that it does feel like maybe there was some conversations that should have happened, opportunities for feedback that should have happened. The process could have been better. I think maybe that's partially because we were a little bit blindsided, by the amount of interest. As Ms. Alviani said, this has happened before and hasn't been as controversial. So that may be a misstep on our part, and we all bear some responsibility for that. Right? We've been having these conversations as a board for the past year. I remember when it first came to us, a year ago. And I did not think all that much of it at the time. And looking back on it now, I wish we'd done a little bit more. But that being said, I also, looking at the numbers, looking at the changes that we're expecting, we could punt for a month, we could punt for a year, we could, live with the portables for 2 years, and we could punt those conversations. But the question for me is, does that actually change anything? Or are we just kicking the can down the road? And my impression right now is that we're just kicking the can down the road. And so we should certainly acknowledge our failure in addressing the community and addressing the community's concerns. But I think for me, the ultimate conclusion or the end result is going to be the same. And so that's where I fall on this one. All right. So board members, we do need to have a vote. I did not really hear consensus. So I think the easiest thing to do is just to go down the line. So we'll do a quick roll call. So I will entertain a motion to approve the transition of Arnold Adreani Elementary School from a traditional to a multi-track year-round calendar.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Baldwin. I will second to get us to the point of conversation. So sounds like there's conversation to be had. So I will open it up to board member comments on this motion. Ms. Baldwin, do you want to start?
I don't think I have much more to add other than, I appreciate what's been added to the dialogue here on the dais. And again, I express my deep empathy that this is a hard thing to do. But at this point, I don't waver in my decision that I would approve the recommendation.
Ms. Moore, any additional comments?
Yeah, so I would actually I know that we're in the middle of a motion, but I would like to move that we table this conversation until a further meeting. So that we can come back with data providing projections further out, as was provided at the parent community meeting, and also that we provide the survey results in full and the staff feedback. And I think that that would show that we want to be honest and transparent with the community, which I feel that we have not done. As I mentioned before, the last meeting we had was in an August special board meeting. That's not showing that we want to be, that we want to include our parents' voices. And so I think that that it's not appropriate to move forward.
Okay. Ms. Ballerini, brief comments.
I agree with Trustee Yang and Trustee Moore that I think we need more information to move forward. And I think we do have a little bit of time. I know she's got a deadline. The law basically states we have to notify by November 1st of the year before we're doing that. So we still, as far as the law goes, we still have time. I know logistically speaking, they'd rather have 18 months. I'm just saying we're not meeting the law. So I'd rather have more information.
Right. Ms. Yang, any additional comments?
Yeah, I appreciate Board President give us a chance to give another feedback. Yeah, I stand with what I said earlier, and I appreciate Jennifer to support that because I think that we are serving our constituents, and that's the parents and the students, right? And we need to be transparent to build that trust. And we talk about trust all the time. We talk about transparency all the time. So, I mean, this one is, yeah, I do agree with you, Mike, about we came short on this one. And when we came short, we got to do better. And it looks like we still got a little time. So why not do it our best? And that's what we should do as a school district, that we stand behind our work, and we try to cater excellent to our constituents. We're not perfect all the time, but we try to be. And I think this one we fell short, and I agree to Ms. Albiani, the fact that, yeah, maybe we had a, easy road in the past, not too much complaint. So it seems like, hey, we might have done everything right, but this one, we came short, and our constituents, voice matter to me, and they have valid points. It's not like it's not valid points. So I stand with what I said earlier, which I deny to move forward at this time, and would like to see more data.
All right, Ms. Albiani.
I think there needs to be relationship building between staff and the school, and I think it'd be clear to say that I think I will eventually support this move. I'm sure I will support moving to this position, because I did know in August when we had the meeting what we were talking about completely. I think we throw around the word dishonest in a hurtful fashion to our staff. We are doing things in a way we've always done them, and we haven't always included these things in here. And I think it's not out of dishonesty or trying to be untransparent or uncommunicated. And I think the fact that I will request we have some more time with our community before we make this final decision is a sign that we do believe in having open and honest communication. And it's not hiding, it's taking in all the information. And as a board member, we do have a privilege that we can also ask to see very specifics, but lots of times decisions are made with a new number of factors, and they aren't all shared. And numbers are sometimes hard to come up with exact numbers, but I think this is a well-accepted practice in our district, and it would be no surprise if it does make the community, gives us a chance to spend some more time with community and answer we have this many people concerned, and we can answer questions and get down to a smaller amount of our community that feels against this, and help a larger amount of our community understand the change and the ways we can support them through it. I am up for taking that time, though I do foresee supporting this in the end.
All right, Ms. Davis.
It's hard to adjust to a year-round school. It's hard on families, but offloading is even harder. Sending our students from a home school out to a school that might be across the district. We do our best to keep them close, but sometimes there's not spaces available, and children are bused across the district to other schools and into areas that are difficult for parents to reach. So I understand that, and while I agree with Ms. Albiani here that it's a decision that I feel that way. I feel there needs to be communication. I feel we need to step back. Sometimes we get ahead of ourselves. We all know what we're doing, so we go through and we forget we're not communicating it clearly to the people who don't understand the inside ways and the reasons why. So I would also support taking that extra time to have those conversations, to listen to our parents out there, and hopefully come together and make this happen for what's best for the kids. And like I said, offloading is devastating to parents when you've got kids spread across the district and you're putting a TK kid on a bus to go miles away from home. So I think we need to give it more time. I think we've rushed this, trying to do what was right, but evidently that was not right in this case. So yeah, I would support pushing this out a little bit.
But before, I do see Mr. Hoffman wants to speak. Before we do that, we do have a motion on the floor. I am seeing 5 against it. Do you, Ms. Baldwin, do you want to withdraw your motion and we will try for another different one? Or do you want to?
Just want clarification on, is there actually time? Jennifer just shared information that I think is new, and I believe Cabinet should have the opportunity to address that.
So we'll go to Mr. Hoffman. Do you want to address anything?
I mean, there's technically some time. I do want to say a couple things up front. There's never been a situation ever where we moved from one calendar to another where anybody spoke up and said that they wanted it done. That's just the reality of the situation. And then we only hear from folks that that don't want the change. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast. So we listen to the board, happy to go down and have some more conversations. But in the end, you're not going to have people line up and say, and give you, the community feedback that we want the change of the calendar. The reality is looking at the needs of the kids, looking at how we're going to run the school most effectively, most efficiently, safely. When you get to this size, moving to a year-round school just provides a better opportunity to better serve the community. More kids in that community will be able to go to their home school. So that's the bottom line. The temporary piece of doing the portables, because we heard very clearly, and the move to TK and having to offload kids from Adrian, we have a short-term solution for that. But the long-term solution for that is a year-round calendar that has 75% of the kids on the campus at a given time, that gives you the room to do what you need to do. And we very effectively run year-round schools across the district on a regular basis, but we've never moved from a traditional to a year-round school and had people say yay. And we've never moved from a traditional school to, or from a year-round school to a traditional school and have people say yay. I mean, that is the reality of it. So, and as you know, I very much appreciate the comments and understand that the challenges that this change would cause. But that is, when you talk about meeting the needs of your constituents, that is who you're hearing from in this particular center, are folks that this is not going, that they don't want it, and that's just the reality of making calendar decisions.
All right, before we, Ms. Baldwin, do you want to?
I just want to add that I really appreciate you centering this conversation, Chris, back on kids and doing what's best for kids. And if we're going to come back to this same topic and likely have to move forward because we know that what we've exhausted all potential options, I get that this is not positive news for everybody. But at the end of the day, families need adequate time to start preparing for this transition. And if we can offer that, I think that that's something to be considering. Like, yes, this is hard, but at the end of the day, running a school safely, having optimal learning environments, and having your kids be able to go to your neighborhood school, I'm really looking forward to that opportunity one day. But I'll take my kids being able to go at least to the schools close to my region, in my region. So having more time, I think, is precious to be able to plan for that transition.
Okay, so board members, we have a motion on the floor. So let's do a quick vote and dispatch that, and then we can talk about next steps. All right, so the motion.
Michael?
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's a good point to bring back to refocus, and I'm not sure me voting to wait 2 weeks to vote yes helps anything. I think changing my level of expectation of interaction with that school and changing my expectation of the support given to them and the clarity to given to them is more of where I would like to go. And so that's what I would like to see from our staff. Because as I stated before, I do know this is where we need to go. And it's not easy, but I think almost making a decision and the decision that I believe is right for the students, for the staff, for the campus itself is more important. And then giving the support to the families at the after part and feeling we didn't quite get it right this time on this side of it, but we're going to get it right on the second side.
All right, thank you. Ms. Moore?
Yeah, just in response to what Superintendent Hoffman said regarding the parents that showed up tonight to say that they aren't representative of the parents of the school, I think is not fair. Of course, not.
I didn't say that.
Okay, well, I'm sorry.
I didn't say that.
Well, it feels you kind of inferred that, but what I would like to say.
I didn't infer that. What I said was
that's back and forth.
Okay, what I would like to say is that they are the parents that chose to show up. There weren't any parents that chose to show up and say, yes, we want to go to year-round. They are the parents that cared to show up, so it's important to them, and I think their opinion should be valued. And also, since we didn't share the parent survey, that's very concerning to me. I would like to know, and I would like the public to know, the details of the parent survey and the staff feedback. I think that's important. And that's why I don't think it's appropriate to move forward when clearly there are people that care, and we didn't even take the time to share, in my opinion, adequate information to make the best choice.
There is no information that we would share that would change their opinions with regards to that's the reality of it. We understand the concerns, and to Ms. Albiani's point, the purpose of the surveys is to understand what the concerns are so that as we move forward, we can help work through as many of those as we can if the board makes the decision to make the transition. So the idea that I don't think these folks represent the people, I did not say that. What I said was I've never seen a situation ever where people are excited and ask for the change. That's what I said. I understand these folks' point of view. I understand who they are. Some of them might even consider like almost friends. So that's not the issue. The issue is a calendar in Elk Grove Unified. The year-round calendar is a viable option for running schools and running a district in an efficient way. Without the year-round calendar, as in the presentation, we'd have 4 to 7 more elementary schools. That's $75 million apiece. and a principal at each of those sites, and a front office staff at each of those sites, and a custodial team at each of those sites, and all of the costs that go along with the utilities of running those sites. Because we use the multi-track year-round system within some of our schools, we're able to offer program at a higher level across our schools because we're not spending those dollars like other districts have done over the years, where they build a whole bunch of tiny neighborhood schools, and then what do? Once they get to full, they end up closing all the schools. That's never going to happen in Elk Grove Unified. Because of the year-round calendar, it allows us to flex and allows us to contract in a way that makes sure we're providing the best quality programming for our kids as much as possible. And it is not the most convenient thing in the world. I will say, having been a parent on a multi-track year-round piece, you do adjust to it. And there are advantages to it, but it's just like a 4x4 schedule or a 6-period day. There's advantages to both. There is no perfect system. But in this situation, based on the information we have, it's the best decision for the school right now. That's just true. It's not popular, but we don't get paid to make popular decisions. We didn't get elected to make popular decisions. Well, our job is to make the right decision.
All right, folks. All right. So guys, we can't get into we could have this discussion until midnight. So I want to, okay, I want to get to a vote, but we'll start with Susan, then we'll go to Sean.
No, I just wanted to weigh in on the comment I made before. Whatever we do, I agree, is not going to delay this, because you can't go on like you are. Families are going to end up being offloaded. You're already offloading families out of your neighborhood. They're having to make friends with children in different areas. They're not able to participate in birthday parties and events and sports because they're not going to school with those kids. It really is devastating. It is harder to adjust. I've watched the families go through it. I've sat with the mothers that are crying, saying, how do I put my child on a bus when my other child is here? This does allow you to keep your children there. Luckily, you have your children at that school, but new people moving into your neighborhood are not going to be afforded that. By converting to a year-round school, those children will get to grow up in that neighborhood knowing their neighbors, knowing their families, knowing the kids, and building relationships. It is hard to adjust to, but there are many facets of it that are great. You have intercession, which your children can go to. It's like summer school for year-round. There's many facets of it, and I would really recommend that you maybe visit a year-round school and see the joys that are on those campuses and the people who have adjusted to it. And think about how you would feel if it was your child you were putting on a bus every day to go to another community, another neighborhood in this community, not your own. And it is a hard decision. And as I said, as a school secretary, I've had that conversation many, 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 many times with families. And the lesser of the hardness of the conversation was explaining the benefits of a track system versus sending 78, 100, however many that your community keeps growing, that are going to be disenfranchised because they're not a part of the community. It is a hard decision, but there are benefits in it if you go into it with an open mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Yang, brief comments, and then we need to get to a vote.
I was just going to say that when you change someone's routine, it's going to be tough. And we heard all of those reasons why, right? And I'm not going to go into it. And, you know, not everybody's going to be happy. I get it. But I think as a board member, or board members, we do make the final decision. And to me, if I see that we are not ready to make the decision, I'd rather wait. That kind of decision is, and everyone's right, because, our constituents vote us in to represent them. So if you don't feel that it's the right decision to make, it's okay to say no. But if you feel like it's the right decision, then just vote yes. And I think we're ready to vote.
All right, so we are moving to a vote. As a reminder, the motion on the floor is to approve the transition of Arnold Adreani Elementary School from a traditional to a multi-track year-round calendar. That would give our staff permission to begin that process immediately. We would not bring this back to the board for a future discussion. All right, so starting over here, Ms. Baldwin.
Yes.
Ms. Moore.
No.
Ms. Ballerini.
No.
Mr. Yang.
No.
Ms. Albiani.
Yes.
Ms. Davis.
Yes.
I am also a yes. So that is 4-3 in approving the motion. All right.
I'd like to make a motion to extend our meeting to 10:20 p.m.
Second.
All right, so the motion on the floor is to extend the meeting to 10:20. The mover is Ms. Albiani. The second is Ms. Ballerini. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, and thank you for remembering that. All right, we have 2 more items, folks. Give me a second on this one. I gotta get my... So this one is me. All right, so item number 3, we have a superintendent employment agreement that needs approving. So just to kind of tee this up, we've had a long process, in search of a superintendent. I want to start by thanking everyone who was involved in this process, from staff and labor leaders to community members, parents, and students. Selecting a superintendent is one of the most important decisions a school board makes, and your feedback was invaluable throughout this process. This process was not easy. The board hired a search firm and conducted an extensive nationwide search that drew 17 highly qualified candidates to apply. Having taken extensive community feedback into account, the board narrowed that list to a handful of interviews, which were conducted over 2 days. I want to specifically thank the staff members and parents who took part in those interviews and provided feedback to the board on our candidates. The search resulted in the selection of Mr. David Riley as our finalist, and today the board takes action on this contract. Our approval of the contract will officially make him our next superintendent. So, California Governance Code, section 54953C3 requires that a verbal summary of the proposed compensation and fringe benefits be given to the public prior to final board action on certain employment agreements. The superintendent employment agreement is between Elk Grove Unified School District and Mr. David E. Riley, is effective January 1st, 2026, and requires board action in open session to approve. The superintendent's employment agreement includes the following material terms. First, the term. The term is for the period beginning January 1st, 2026 and ending January 1st, 2030. Compensation. Effective January 1st, 2026 of the 2025-26 school year, the superintendent shall be placed on step 1 of the 2025-26 superintendent salary schedule, and his base salary shall be $362,365. Contingency. For the 2025-26 school year, the superintendent shall be afforded the same compensation contingency provisions as other certificated employees prorated for working a partial year as superintendent. 2026-27 school year step movement. Effective on July 1st, 2026, consistent with the terms of the agreement, the superintendent shall be eligible for movement to step 2 of the superintendent salary schedule. Health benefits. The superintendent shall receive the same district contribution towards health and welfare benefits and shall pay the same copays, premiums, deductibles, and other costs as the district's certificated employees, as those costs and contributions may change from time to time. Life insurance. During the term of the agreement, the district shall provide the superintendent with life insurance term policy in the amount of $150,000. Retirement. Superintendent may be entitled to retiree health benefits consistent with the Elk Grove Benefits Employee Retirement Trust rules and regulations. Transportation and business expenses. Effective January 1, 2026, the superintendent shall receive $100 per month for travel within the district's boundaries. Professional expenses. The superintendent is eligible for professional association membership expenses, which shall not exceed $2,050 per year, and for subscription expenses, which shall not exceed $2,225 per year. This concludes the summary of the superintendent's employment agreement. Mr. Yang, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Mr. Vargas, there's no blue card on this item.
Very well. Board members, at this time, I will entertain a motion to approve this item, noting that board discussion can occur after we have a motion and a second.
So move.
Moved by Mr. Yang.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Ballerini. Board members, is there any discussion on this item?
Yeah, I would like to say something.
All right, Mr. Yang.
I just want to say thank you to Chris for his longevity service as our superintendent. You know, he's the head of the stake for our staff, a very large staff, and it wasn't easy. You know, you've gone through the pandemic, especially the last 3-4 years. It's been very challenging, and you know, I give you a lot of credit, and you deserve so. And you know, from the outside looking in, it's you know, it's never perfect, and there's a lot of criticism that went directly to you, because that's just how it is, right? When you are the leader, you get praise on, and then you get blame on, and but at the end of the day, collectively as board members, we still gave you satisfaction and continue to extend your contract, and that is to show that, hey, the job that you did was great, right? Or good enough to move you forward with the tough situation, and it's, you know, it sounds kind of funny back and forth for excellent, but no, you know, not perfect. But at the end of the day, I mean, if you've been a part of this journey, you know, through the pandemic, it's not easy. And honestly, what we discussed tonight wasn't easy either, right? What we talked about. But, you know, I know that we had a lot longer night before, as I alluded to earlier. So I just want to say thank you to you, first and foremost. And I just wanted to turn to our future superintendent, which is Dave Riley. You know, this process of searching for a new superintendent was not easy. We hire a firm to do the due diligence search, and we have a lot of qualified candidates. And it took a long process to get to this point. And the decision wasn't easy at all. It was definitely a closed session, so we can't reveal all of those discussion, but it was not easy. But at the end of the day, I truly think that we picked the right guy to lead our school district, which is a very large school district. And I think that he will add on to what Chris and our whole board and the staff has built, you know, to this point. And I put my trust in him. And I do look forward to working with you as our superintendent to really, you know, making progress for what we already established, to some of the things that we already done well, to expand on that. Some of the gap that we need to close it. You know, I'm looking forward to work with you and other folks and our constituents, all the shareholders, to close those gaps so that we could lead our student to academic and life success going forward. So congratulations.
All right, and I do want to remind board members we will have plenty of time to shower Chris with much unwanted praise next month. So, so we can look forward to that. But board members, any other comments on the contract? All right, seeing none, I do want to very quickly say congratulations not only on the selection, but once we make the approval. We are all looking forward to this. We are looking forward to a good transition with all of you. As we make this transition, as we are transitioning, it is too easy to lose track of priorities. And so as we do this, as we move from one superintendent to another, let's remember that we have our list of priorities, that we are focused on, that we are doing this in the middle of a school year, and we have to make sure that everything stays on track. I am going to be available to all of you in any way, shape, and form to help support that process. All of my colleagues are in the same boat, so please utilize us if you need. But let's make sure that this is a smooth and seamless transition. So with that, we do have to do a roll call vote, so I will start with Ms. Baldwin.
Yes.
Ms. Moore.
Yes.
Ms. Ballerini.
Yes.
Mr. Yang.
Yes.
Ms. Albiani.
Aye.
Ms. Davis.
Yes.
And I am also an aye. The vote is unanimous. All right. Yes, yes we can. Thank you all. Thank you all for your patience. Okay, we have one more item. We have to establish an annual organization meeting for the Board of Education. So, under the provisions of Education Code Section 35143, the governing board is required to set an annual organizational meeting within 15 days, within a 15-day period that commences with the date upon which a governing board member elected at the election takes office. That's a weird statement. The 15-day period is December 1 through 2025. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
President Vargas, there's no blue card on this item.
Thank you. Then I will entertain a motion to establish the annual organizational meeting for the Board of Education at the regularly scheduled board meeting on Tuesday, December 16th, 2025 at 6 p.m. in the boardroom of the Robert L. Trigg Education Center.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Yang, seconded by Ms. Ballerini.
Busy.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Board members or superintendent, any reports? None, none, none. All right. There being no further business, we are adjourned at 10:13 p.m. Thank you very much.